Catherine from chat. Josh, your team needs to come in TikTok and knock some heads together. Yeah, let's do it. Kapow! Just knock those heads together. Daniel, yo, what's up? Dogecoin prediction. I mean, it's all technicals at this point. So Bitcoin starts ripping, Ethereum, the crypto market goes on a end-of-year bull run, which a lot of crypto investors are expecting. Dogecoin is going to pop too, right? So it's just, if the overall crypto market starts ripping, Dogecoin's going to as well. But let's be honest, Dogecoin, if you really think long-term, I don't think Dogecoin's going to be here long-term. Ripple? Yes. Sheepcoin? No. Cardano? Yes. SafeMoon? No. Ethereum, Bitcoin, VeChain, HBAR, yes. Meme coins, no. But they're fun to trade. You can make money. So again, you just have to, when the market's ripping, I mean, yeah, Dogecoin and Shiba and all these meme coins that don't really have a purpose, right? That don't really solve problems. They're just there and they've gotten hyped up. Yes, those are going to move and you can make profit on them. But if you're thinking long-term investments, coins that are going to be here 5, 10, 15, 20 years from now, you're going to be looking at Bitcoin, Ethereum, Cardano, HBAR, VeChain. What's the other one? Polk. So there's a lot of good ones out there that have a lot of great road ahead of them. Yes, I should. You should give them a free course. That's a power move. Like, yeah, I will do that next time that we have next time that we have some trolls in here. I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to give you a free course and a free month of chat. How about that? Does that sound good? And watch, they just start spamming the reviews like, that sucks. Are we live on YouTube? Yay! All right, we're live on YouTube. So I'm going to take this and I'm going to put it there. And I'm going to focus on YouTube and inside of chat. And I'm not neglecting you guys. Just realize that I'm focusing on chat, focusing on everything coming in on YouTube. And every now and then I'll go ahead and look down here and see if there's any questions. Do you think it's too late to invest in Bitcoin? No, I don't. If you invest the right way, right? So if you invest the right way, you're not going all in. You're not going 80% in. You're not going 50% in. What are you doing? You're dollar cost averaging in. So that means every single week, every single month, on a set day, you come in and you allocate a certain amount of money to your investments, right? So let's say Bitcoin is one of your 10 cryptos that you want to invest in. Well, every single, again, week, bi-weekly, monthly, you dollar cost average in. You come in with a set amount of money, break that down and divide it across all of your investments, and you allocate those funds to it. So you're slowly going in. You're slowly scaling into your positions, and you're thinking 5, 10, 15, 20 years down the road. So no, I don't think it's too early to invest in Bitcoin. Absolutely not. Yo, Ed, Nicole, Clint, Joel, Adam, Matthew, Gonzo, good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Gonzo. I think Gonzo, is that you that made $1,200 on PayPal yesterday? Is that you? Was that you? We had some traders in chat crush PayPal. I got out early. I made $100 on my small account on PayPal, about 40%. But we had Brody in chat making $25.91 on that PayPal call. So everybody was rocking and rolling yesterday with PayPal. PayPal was beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. That was a great trade to start our morning off with options. Everybody in chat, Catherine, Casey, Sam, Mexoid, Skylar, Wade, good morning. View up less than one day. I put it on my chart. There was an upper and a lower. Looked like a square. Yeah, so you have to remove the upper band and the lower band from the VWAP. Some traders like using the upper band and the lower band in the VWAP. Honestly, 80 to 90% of traders that use VWAP take that off, from what I've realized over the years. So I take the upper band and the lower band off. I just use the center line, which is the VWAP. Yo, Rebel Trucker, what's up? And guys, we are on YouTube right now. So if you click the link in my bio, you can just go ahead and come over to YouTube, guys. So again, right now I have 0 trades on the day and 0 interest to jump in anything whatsoever. RHE is a former supernova stock that has a decent daily technical setup, and that's why we're seeing this gap up. There is no news on RHE, but it is a former supernova stock, went from 5 to 27, trading about 3 million shares. On average, it trades 700, so we have volume, and it's the lowest float stock on the leaderboard, 1.48 million in flow with a catalyst. And the catalyst not being news, but the catalyst being a daily chart setup as to why the stock is currently gapping up 35%. So RHE, we're definitely watching this one today, as it is a former supernova stock. It's low float. Traders love low float stocks. Traders love low floats that have ripped in the past, and RHE meets that criteria with a decent daily technical setup. I do think RHE has some good potential today. So we're watching RHE. You have ACIU with a solid press release, guys. So, top line data from phase 2 trial. Solid press release on ACIU. So, I like ACIU. It's a medium float stock. It's about 32 million in float. On average, it trades just shy of 500,000 shares. Right now, we're trading 10 million. So, ACIU has the press release. Solid press release. ACIU, it's a medium float stock. It's not going to take a lot to get it going, and it has the volume. It has the activity. And when you have volume and when you have activity, what do you get? Opportunity for profit. So ACIU is definitely making it onto the leaderboard. Definitely making it onto the watch list. I want to keep this one on high watch as well. So those are the top 2 fresh plays for today. And then we have ZEV, right? So ZEV, Lightning eMotors, dropped a press release in regards to a partnership making electric school buses, number 1. Number 2, the last couple of days, I've heard a lot of TikTokers talking about ZEV, and I'm starting to notice the trend. It was SPRT, it was NURO, it was BBIG. What did all those stocks do? Rip to the upside. I'm starting to see the trend with ZEV. More and more people talking about Lightning eMotors and the short percentage, blah, 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 blah. The next SPRT, the next BBIG. So I'm starting to see the trend. We have news. Stock's now gapping up. I think we could see some hype today on ZEV because there's already hype circulating the stock. And now we have news for professional traders that don't just trade hype stocks. Traders that come in with a game plan of identifying the best of the best setups based on news. We have good news. We have a low float stock. What's the volume right now on ZEV? The volume came in pretty well. So ZEV is trading 1.6 million shares. About 50% less, more than 50% of the average. So we still have some time to go before we hit or exceed that average trading volume, and it's a low-ish float. It's a medium float. It's 31 million. So we have a medium float stock, we have news, and we have the hype circulating right now around ZEV. So I just want to keep it on watch because I'm starting to see the trend, like we saw with BBIG, like we saw with NURO and SPRT. Hey, smashing the like button, Skylar, my man. I appreciate you. Good morning from Indiana. I feel for you. I feel bad for you. I'm from Indiana originally, born and raised. I had to get out. I had to get out. Thoughts on BBIG today from Nicole on YouTube. So, BBIG. We were just talking about this one. I would really, really, really like to see BBIG sell off, pull back to $6, form support, show me and prove to me that this is where buyers are stepping in. This is an area that buyers want to, again, move into the stock. Again, open, pull back, $6, see some nice buying pressure, see some support. I like $6 for the next leg up. It may not make it to 6, but if it makes it to 6 and we have market structure form around $6 on BBIG, I think that's the low point where we're going to see a lot of buying volume move in to start ripping this back to the upside. Now, don't make it down to 6 because it is building slightly higher lows, right? We double bottomed yesterday in post market. We're putting in a slightly higher low here, in pre-market, it may not open and come back down to 6, right? So if it does not come down to 6, I'm looking for the break of 8. So this one re-breaking and regaining $8 and holding it as support, we have room to 950, 10, 1056, 1114, and then 1163 all-time high. So either way, I like BBIG. Breaking, regaining, and staying above 8. Definitely think we have some action up towards around $950, $10 first targets. Opening and washing out down to 6, forming some support, some market structure. The stock proving that this is an area that traders want to move on in. I would like to get involved around $6 for that break of 8, for the leg up to the $950 and $10. So I do like BBIG, and BBIG is definitely on watch. We are watching a couple back burner plays today as well. We have NURO with a possible mid-candle breakout formation. We posted this one this morning inside a chat. We have RGC with the gap fill bounce. So, right, the stock gapped up aggressively last week. Since then, right, it was Thursday, Friday, Monday, slowly pulling back on less and less and less volume, filling that daily gap, right? Coming back down into that spiking high around 27.16. We could definitely see a bounce off that gap fill today above $27. So I'm watching RGC to see this possibly bounce in the next daily candle to make a new high. That's when a lot of volume would move in. So the next daily candle that puts in a new high, so it would be over yesterday's highs of around, was yesterday's highs here? 31. Over 31, I expect to see a lot of volume move in, right? So I expect to see a lot of volume move in over 31 to push this up towards around 37 to 38 on RGC. As long as we hold 27 off the gap fill, looking to see if we get a bounce with the first daily candle to make a new high. So we talked about ZEV, talked about ACIU, talked about RHE, talked about BBIG, NURO, and RGC. The only other stocks that I'm watching is GSAT, one of yesterday's top gainers. It's a back burner play right now. There's really not a lot of great technicals behind this. So again, it's an observation. I'm observing this one to see if it does start moving again. And then SPRT, again, there's not a lot of technicals behind this. So again, it's just one that I'm observing to see if it gets some action. But again, the ones that have good technicals, we got RGC, NURO, which we've talked about, BBIG, and kind of what I'm looking at there. And then our fresh movers today, right? RHE, ACIU, and ZEV. So that's BBIG. We got Phil asking about SRGA. SRGA. Well, the first thing I notice is it's already made a nice move. So the first thing I see, it's already bounced off the lows, made a really nice move. And the other thing that I notice right now is we're getting a 2050 cross. Now, we didn't sit here and squeeze and then break, right? We already started ripping, which is causing the 20 to cross the 50. Now, I like these squeeze formations. I like the squeeze between the 20 and the 50 day on the daily chart, and then seeing the squeeze break it out. This one, it's already really started breaking out, and now you're starting to see the squeeze. So what I like to see on stuff like that, look at GRAY, right? So GRAY was a swing trade I took a few months ago. We saw the stock getting destroyed, getting squeezed between the 50 SMA and the 20 EMA on the daily, and we see the squeeze formation, stock rips, breaks out. We go back and look at SRGA, kind of the same thing to a certain extent. Stock's getting hammered. Oh, we got to go back. Stock's getting hammered. It's oversold, gets back above the 20, but it immediately just breaks over the 50. So it's not like the best squeeze formation to where I think we could see some momentum come out of that, but we are above two main moving averages. We're above the 20 EMA, which is going to be a moving level of support for the stock. And we're actually above the 50 SMA. And we're seeing the 20 cross the 50. So that is a sign of bullishness. But here's the thing. We just went from oversold and are very close to overbought. So if I really were to break this down, if SRGA has some life left in it and we still have some more upside potential, SRGA really have to get a clean break for 150. Bounce play on the daily, resistance, resistance, resistance from Friday, and we see that we had an attempt at 150 again yesterday on Monday. So, with that being said, if it does break, I mean, it has that small gap to fill at 159, 160. And then if it does get a lot of attention towards it, you could see 175 and then 189. But again, it's already made a nice move. It's already gone from 88 cents all the way to 150. And you're starting to see a little bit of this pullback. So, if I were to really get involved with SRGA, it would be a break and close and a hold, right? It's actually trading above 150. It's already broken 150. It's trading above 150. 150 is now support, not resistance. You could definitely get, 160 for the gap fill. And if it does break and continue to move higher, you got 175 and 188 there on SRGA. But that's what I would be waiting for. I'd be waiting for the break and the hold, old resistance, new support, let it prove itself over 150, and then look for those upper targets there on SRGA. Ed, is the challenge closed? It is not closed. We are still rocking and rolling that small account challenge every single day. So, and we've had some good trades on the small account. Yesterday, 160 on my equities account, and then $100 on my small options account with PayPal. So yesterday was almost a $300 day for these small accounts. So not a bad day at all. Thoughts on PLTXF? Well, right off the bat, that's an OTC stock because it's got too many letters, and I don't really look at OTCs, but I'll look at it for you. TXF. If we just go ahead and take the fact that it's an OTC stock out of the picture, let's just look at it, right? Stock's been, absolutely getting destroyed from 185 all the way down 17 cents, getting absolutely hammered, right? From overbought, and it's been sitting in oversold territories for quite some time, right? Every time it hit oversold, small bounce, oversold again, small bounce, oversold again, small bounce, oversold again, small bounce. So right now, it hasn't really broken out of the downtrend. It's still in an aggressive downtrend, right? Lower lows, lower highs, lower lows, lower highs. Every time that it does bounce out of oversold, it comes up into the 50 SMA and gets rejected. So yesterday, we had a pretty decent day. But again, look at the overall trend. It's still in a pretty aggressive downtrend right now. And we've noticed that that 50 SMA has been strong resistance for quite some time. So if this one does have some juice left in it, you got like 29 to 30 cents. I mean, 29 to 30 cents before you really have to think about locking in profits, because we've seen 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different times that that 50 SMA has held this down as strong resistance. And we can see a few times where it was held up as support. 1, 2, 3, 4. So the 50 SMA on this stock is being highly respected. So what I would have to say is the fact that I've noticed it being very, very respected so many times in the past, the odds of being respected are, in our favor. So this stock could get to 29, 30 cents before I would expect to see it get rejected and continue in this downtrend. Now, if it breaks above the 50 SMA and it starts uptrending, we're breaking out of the downtrend. We start to see a slight uptrend, higher lows, higher highs, and we see it stair stepping up. Then we can say, okay, this is a possible trend reversal, and we can look for the bigger picture move, maybe back up to like 50 cents. But again, it's a game of waiting on PLTXF. It really, seeing it at 29.30, I'd expect to see it get rejected and continue to fall. But it starts to reverse, and you see it breaking out of this downtrend and it's starting an uptrend, that could be a good indication to start scaling in for a nice longer-term swing trade on the stock. Philip, good morning. Oh, shoot, Philip, I got your email last night. I am so sorry, Philip. It's been a crazy weekend and a crazy week, but I saw your email come through. You were the winner of the giveaway, and I'm over here not even getting you set up with free chat. So PHIL. Here we go. I'm going to get you set up right now, dude. I feel really bad because he's been waiting. He's like, I won the giveaway. I won it. You're not even giving me the giveaway. Let's go ahead and get you set up. Oh, he wants the starter kit. Okay, You want the starter kit? I got you. Let's go ahead and get you the starter kit real quick while I'm thinking about it. Yo, Chris, what is up? You were distracted after getting the haircut and the happy endings. Honestly, it wasn't even a happy ending, Gonzo. It wasn't even a happy ending. The towel wasn't cold. The cold towel wasn't cold. I was like, man, this sucks. What time is it? It's 8:48. Let me go ahead and get the course. Registered for our giveaway winner from last week. That was Mr. Philip. And he wants a free copy of the Ultimate Day Trading Starter Kit course. That's what's up. What a great choice. And Mr. Philip, you, my friend, will have an email coming to your inbox in 3, 2, 1. And check your email. You should have an email coming in very, very soon. It's going to have you set a password, and that's going to give you immediate access to the course. Congratulations once again, Philip. Am I feeling better? I'm feeling better for now. I'm feeling better for now. I feel good. I feel great. You know, nothing wrong with me today. I'm fired up. Ed just joined the team last night. How do you sign up? So did you actually sign up for chat room access, Ed? Yeah, so you're good. So you just go over to the website, alphadaytrading.com. You click login. You log in with your username and the password that you created during sign up, and that's going to put you right inside of chat. So you already signed up, boss. You already signed up, Mr. Ed. You're all set, ready to rock and roll. Now you just go to Alpha Day Trading. You click log in. You get signed in, and I better see you in chat. I better see you saying, good morning. Philip, got it. Thank you. Absolutely. Absolutely. PayPal yesterday, I made $1,000 profit on calls. How in the hell did you see the jump coming? Gonzo, I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, I knew it was coming. I didn't know. All I knew was it was a freaking awesome daily reversal setup. That's all I knew. Looking at PayPal, it was a beautiful daily reversal. I mean, we were talking about this one last week, and I was waiting. We saw the slight gap up above the 20 EMA, and we got our break over 280.55, and that was a key level, was that 280.55. So we broke, we pulled back, retested. I was actually trading off the pullback, and I was taking profits along the rip. And then coincidentally enough, right? And I say it's not really a coincidence, right? Companies will have technical analysts, right? Looking at their charts to say, hey, this is a good time to drop a press release. This is a good time to do this. This is a good time to do this based on the technicals. Because again, traders were already looking at PayPal. Traders were already focused on PayPal off this reversal. And so do you think it was a coincidence that once this stock started breaking out of its reversal formation, they start talking about becoming a broker and it creates even more hype to the stock? No, it's not a coincidence, right? It's all perfect timing from these companies. So again, we had a great reversal setup. I did not expect to see it go to 290. I thought it was going to 285 and 288, which it did. I didn't expect it to happen in one day though, right? I said it could, but I don't expect PayPal to get to that $8 profit within one day, maybe a couple days of this week, right? But it shot straight up to 290, and those options went bananas. So again, I had no idea they were going to drop that news. I had no idea whatsoever. All I knew is I loved the daily chart. PayPal was something I've been looking at for the last few days. We had confirmation yesterday. We all took the trade. Some of you guys held it a little bit longer than me and made some freaking killer profits. Again, Gonzo making $1,000 on PayPal. We had a $2,500 profit yesterday in chat on those PayPal calls. So again, I'm not a go-to options guy, right? I'm not a full-time options trader. But when I see a beautiful setup, I'm going to take advantage. PayPal, winner. AMD, winner. Roblox. What was the other one? DraftKings, right? Anytime that I throw my name behind an options trade, you best believe that I like it a lot. And I'm not a person that trades options 100% of the time. So I have to see like a killer setup. I mean, it has to be like 100% A plus, great odds. I mean, so many separate reasons to get involved. It has to be an A plus killer setup, and that's when I'm going to put my name behind it. And PayPal met that criteria yesterday of being just a really killer setup, and that's why I wanted to get involved. Yeah, before we go live, can I look at SBOX? Absolutely. Starbucks. Well, I mean, it does have a pretty nice bottom right there, right around support, right? So we've had Starbucks marked up before, and we've identified, 114.58 support. That's coming from prior resistance, prior support as well, and we can see that that level's been honored a couple times in the past. So we came down. We're double bottoming right around that level of support, but the one thing that I'm still kind of like iffy about is the uptrend. We had a very nice uptrend on the stock, right? Uptrend, uptrend, uptrend. We dropped below. How do I know that the trend line's still being honored, right? Well, look at this. After it dropped below the uptrend, it turned into resistance. Old trend line support has now turned into resistance, and we can see that because we came up 2 separate days and tagged that trend line, right? Not only was it tagging the trend line, it was trying to fill that gap. So on Starbucks, I would have to wait, see this, get back above that trend line, and really trading above, I would say 116. I know it's 115.64, but if I go ahead and edit this, I want to make it 116. I would really have to wait for Starbucks to actually get above and start trading above 116. That would be breaking over that prior high. That would signal a reversal, right? A double bottom followed by a higher high. Number 1, signaling a reversal. Number 2, that would be getting back above the 20 EMA. Number 3, that would be getting back above the uptrend. So we would regain the trend line as new support. That's when I would be like, all right, let's get the move to 120, possibly even back up to fill that bigger gap up into the 125s, 126s. So, I mean, I would have to be a little bit more patient with Starbucks. If you wanted to start scaling in, you've already gotten that period of consolidation, but I wouldn't go aggressive right now. I would maybe start at 5%. Let's say you have $5,000 that you want to invest in Starbucks. Maybe go 5% today, right? Give it a few days. Throw another 5% in next week. Now, once we start re-breaking those levels, the 116, the 20 EMA, trend line, and regaining that level of support, now you can become a little bit more aggressive. Maybe go 15 to 20%, 15 to 20%, slowly scaling in. And as this stock starts running back to the upside into the 120s, 123s, and maybe filling that gap into the 126s, you're taking profit. You're trimming, you're trimming, you're trimming. This still does have a lot of great opportunity behind it because, again, let's say you're building your position little by little over the next week and you have an average cost basis of, say, 117. Well, stops would be underneath those lows at 113.50. You're risking $3.50. But how much upside potential do you have on this? I mean, you have $9 of potential upside, right? So, I mean, you're looking at a minimum, bare minimum of a 2-to-1, potentially a 3 to 4 to 1 there on Starbucks. So, I mean, I like Starbucks. I think I just have to wait a little bit longer to actually start getting aggressive on this because I'd like to see it regain those 3 technical levels. Oh, shoot, it's 8:56. Let's go ahead and roll the intro and get started and get rocking and rolling, traders. Good morning, traders. What is going on? Oh my goodness, hold on. Let me mute myself on my computer because I'm hearing that feedback and it sounds like crap. Good morning, team. Happy freaking Tuesday. Who's fired up? Who's ready to go? Who's ready for an awesome last day of the month? Because I know what? I'm ready to go. I'm fired up and I'm motivated. I'm ready to attack this day and end the month of August on a strong note, traders, and a profitable note. That yesterday was a killer day in the market, seeing so many great profits flowing in from YouTube, on PayPal, $1,000, $1,500, $400, amazing profits, and then inside of chat, woohoo! $2,500 from Brody yesterday on PayPal calls. Awesome job, awesome work. Keep it up, keep it going. And let's make today an even better day. But I want to start you guys with this, right? We've had some great profits in the market lately. Last week, big time profits. So far this week, big time profits. So I want to leave you with this before we get started. Your goal right now is capital preservation. You've had a killer month. You're up big. You're making great profits. You're green. Capital preservation. The last thing you want to do is get cocky, is get greedy, start over trading big positions and start giving your monthly profits back. Capital preservation. Securing your profits. Putting yourself in a position to not give everything back. I've been a new trader at one point. I've been up 4 or 5 grand for the month. And I end my month break even because I get too aggressive. I take too much size, right? I'm not managing my risk appropriately. And I've done that so many times. And again, the one thing in my head is when I'm up, it's all about capital preservation. I'm up $500, I want to preserve it. I'm up $1,000 for the month, I want to preserve it. My mindset 100% of the time is capital preservation. Making sure that at the end of the day, I'm walking away with as much profits as I can. And I'm not giving my entire, P&L back for the month, for the year, right? I'm not, losing money on my account. So again, you guys have been crushing it the last couple of weeks. You've been crushing it for the month of August. Congratulations, everybody. They're making big freaking time profits inside of chat. But your number one focus today and moving forward is what? Capital preservation, guys. Securing those profits, enjoying those profits, and getting paid and not giving anything back. So, once again, if you guys are just now tuning in, good. Gonza said, dude, there is some serious caffeine flowing through your veins. Woo! Let's go. So, once again, if you're just now tuning in inside of chat, good morning, team. Good morning, freaking traders. And happy Tuesday. And then, over on YouTube, good morning. And happy Tuesday as well. Let's go ahead and get our day started with what we are watching. In 1 second, guys. 1 second. So, Gator, listen, buddy. I don't have a Discord, all right? There's spam accounts everywhere under me. I never, ever, just so you guys know, right? I never, ever DM people. I will write you back, but I'm not going to send you a DM, number one. My handle is Alpha Day Trading. It's simple. There's no underscores. There's no funky crap related. There are a lot of spam accounts starting to pop up on TikTok with a lot of creators, and I'm one of them that has a lot of spam. A lot of people have sent me screenshots and DMs saying, hey, this person reached out to me, and I knew it wasn't you. So you have to do your due diligence. You have to be smart, right? Like, if you see Alpha Day Trading with an underscore, and they have 10 followers, okay, it's clearly not me, right? It's clearly not me. I'm never, ever going to reach out to you. I'm never going to say I'm going to trade for you. I do not trade for you. I'm not a financial advisor. I do not have my license to trade your capital. I will never, ever, ever reach out to you in a DM. I will never ask you to trade funds. I will never ask you to send me funds. I will never say I'll trade your account. I will never, ever do that. So if you ever run across an account that's saying, I will do these things, reaching out to you, report it immediately, block it, and let me know so I can do a report as well. But I've had 5 different spam accounts that I've noticed over the past month that I've had to go and ban. And I've had to go and report because they're acting like me. So again, you got to be smart. You have to do your due diligence, right? clearly you're going to know if it's me or not. You've been in the stream for 2 months. You're going to know if I'm reaching out to you. You should know that at the end of the day, right? And just to now hear about it from 2 months ago doesn't make any sense. All right. So with that being said, if you ever notice a fake account spamming you, please do me a huge favor and just report it, block them, let me know, and I'll do that as well. I'll block them as well. Okay. So appreciate it, guys. So what do we got going on today, team? Let's go ahead and start with our up gappers. What do we have going on today? Well, number one, right? We have ACIU. ACIU team. All right. This stock has a solid press release. Solid press release. All right. So ACIU announces top line data from phase 2 trials. Right. So I love positive data, positive reports from phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 trials. Those are some sweet press releases. These stocks typically rip and run. So we have ACIU with a solid press release in regards to top line data from its phase 2 trial. That is on a scale of 1 to 10, that's an 8. That's an 8. I like the press release. So again, I like the press release. I already am really interested in the stock if it holds on up. So again, ACIU, great press release. ACIU currently up 76%, trading almost 15 million shares here in pre-market. On average, it trades less than 500,000. This is trading high relative volume. It's a medium float stock. It's 32 million in float. So again, it can definitely rip and run. And we got that press release, guys. So ACIU is one of the top 3 stocks we are watching right out of the gate. Let's go ahead and talk about where this could go. How high could it go, or how low could it go? Well, right now we have support all the way back down at $10, right? So $10 support on this stock. Right now, you know, it pulled back to 1080, pulled back to $11. It's really trying to hold on up and get that move. But right now, looking at it, support is all the way back down at like 988 to $10. The best support, proper support, right? Now, if we break over the 1250 in these highs and we pull back to the 1250, that could turn into new support. So again, if this stock is strong, if this stock breaks on out over 1250, pulls back, we could look at 1250 being our new level of support. But right now, as long as we're below $12.50, our support level is all the way back down at 10, right? We have resistance right there around the high of day, right around that 1250. Breaking over 1250, guys, we could definitely see the leg up to 1385 and then 1629 here on ACIU. So again, this one has a lot of potential to the upside. We just have to wait for the opportunity to present itself. And again, that's either A, breaking and holding over 1250, establishing new support for the next leg up to 1385 and then 1629, or seeing the stock open, get rejected, and pull back and fade the $10 before bouncing, before bottoming, and possibly getting that next leg up. So right now, there's no upcoming entries on ACIU. Right now, we're observing ACIU. We're watching ACIU, and once and if an opportunity presents itself, we're all ready to rock and roll. We know how high it could go. We know it's a great press release. We know it's a medium float stock. We know it's trading amazing volume. This stock could definitely start taking on off. All right, so ACIU, one of the top stocks that I want to watch today right out of the gate. Then I want to talk about RHE. All right, so RHE, what's the catalyst, guys? What's the catalyst? There is no catalyst. There's no catalyst as far as news, right? So again, when we think of catalyst, sometimes you guys are just thinking news, right? No news, no catalyst. Well, again, a catalyst is simply a reason for the stock to be moving. So again, 90% of the time, our catalysts are, you know, fresh news for penny stocks. The stock has news like ACIU. That's the reason for the stock to be moving on up. What's another catalyst, guys? It could be a prior mover, right? It could be a prior mover. It could be a daily technical setup. It could be momentum from a stock that moved, you know, last week, the week before, yesterday. So that could be a catalyst. That could be the reason that there's still hype, there's still volume, there's still activity behind the stock. So what's the catalyst on RHE? Well, I see a really nice double bottom with a higher low back above the 200 SMA. So I see the stock tanking, getting destroyed, hitting oversold territories, popping back above the 200 SMA, holding that higher low beautifully yesterday above the 200 SMA, and we're seeing some momentum and some more activity move into this play. Because again, it held the 200 SMA beautiful. It stayed above, and it closed above the 20 EMA. And so traders, like, you know what? We had a decent little volume day yesterday, right? We're starting to see some more volume move in. We're oversold. We put in a higher low above the 200 SMA. RHE is a former supernova stock. RHE is a stock that before has gone from $4 all the way to $27.72. So again, traders are like, all right, we have a good daily setup. I see the reason why we have some action in post-market and pre-market. I like what I'm seeing on the daily chart. I see it's a former supernova stock, and it's low float. It is one of the lowest float stocks on the leaderboard. And I tell you what, guys, as a day trader, I love low float stocks. The lower the float, the bigger the rips, right? The larger the float, the slower and steadier the stock is. I like volatility. I like stocks that can move quick, $1, $2, $3 at a time, so I can nail my entry and make a quick $1, $2, whatever the case is. I like stocks that move quick. I like to get in and get out quick. So I like stocks that move quick. So that's what other traders like as well. Other day traders, they like fast moving stocks. The lower the float, the better. Stocks that have proven themselves in the past. RHE, it's a former supernova stock. There are so many reasons behind RHE as to why it could be a big time mover today. So we know what the catalyst is. We know why the stock's moving. We have a daily technical setup. We have good volume on RHE. We're trading 3.5 million shares. On average, we trade 700. Again, we have a low float stock at 1.4 million in float. So again, RHE, definitely one of the top 3 stocks I want to be watching. I want to keep RHE on watch above $11. Looking to see if this one can stay above $11. If it cannot, it does have room to fall back down towards around, $10, but it could also fall as low as like $9.60, which is that 50 SMA. So that 50 SMA lines up with some daily resistance, but that $10 level lines up with some daily resistance as well, some support and resistance. So again, it could come as low as $9.60, but it could stay as high and hold that level as high as like $10.19, right? So like $10.19. So we'll have to keep it on watch, right? We know $10.19 is a decent level of support. We know $10 natural support, and we know that we could see it all the way back down towards around that $9.60, which is some daily support and resistance, and it's also the 50 SMA. So what we're doing is waiting for RHE to form support at one of those levels, right? Let the stock come down. Let the stock bounce. Let it put in a double bottom, a higher low. Let it reverse above that level of support. Then we could look to take our entries with stops underneath that level of support, as that would be a low risk, decent reward trade. So again, right now we're just waiting on RHE to see where it's going to find its support. Is it going to find its support right here at $11? Is it going to crack 11 and find support at 10.19? Is it going to come down to 10? 9.60? Right now, we don't know. We don't know. The only thing that we can do is sit back, be patient, and wait for the stock to set up at one of those levels. But we know it could go as low as $9.60 to still be in play, to still be considered bullish, to still have some opportunity to the upside. Now, how high could it go? How high could RHE go? Well, back up to those pre-market highs. Let's go ahead and remove that, and we're going to run it right across those bodies. We're going to say 13.23. We have room back to 13.23 into the 13.48s. Breaking over that level of resistance, our next target here on RHE is going to be all the way up towards around, actually going to bring it a little bit lower, right at $15, right? Right around $15. So RHE has a lot of great potential. If it comes down and bounces and bottoms at 10, we have potential to get the $15. We know that this stock can rip and run like that. We know it can. Why is that? It's done it in the past. Number one. Number two, it's a low float stock with volume, right? So again, there's already traders looking at RHE as it's a former supernova stock, thinking, what if it starts ripping again? How high could it go? 15, 16, 17, right? So we know that RHE could definitely get some hype behind it. It can definitely start taking on off, but we just have to wait for it to come down to a level of support and actually start bottoming and giving us that A+ opportunity to attack and to take advantage of it, all right? ZEV, number 3, ZEV enters a multi-year agreement, right, with Group Collins so it's a partnership with REV Group Collins Bus subsidiary to manufacture and deploy zero-emission, all-electric Type A school buses. So again, an EV play, right? We have good news. There's a partnership to develop and manufacture EV school buses, number one. So we got a good press release. Number two, there's hype circulating ZEV. I've noticed this over the last couple of days. I'm starting to see more and more and more TikTokers and people on social media talking about ZEV, saying it's going to be the next SPRT, right? Saying it's going to be the next BBIG, the next short squeeze stock. What did we see? We saw NURO getting some hype around it, and then everybody's talking about it. The stock rips and runs. We have SPRT. Some people talking about it. Everybody starts talking about it. It rip and runs. Same thing with BBIG. Early last week, there's some hype around BBIG, right? You're starting to see the trend. You're starting to see it move. Everybody starts piling into BBIG and talking about it. It rips to the upside. ZEV, you're starting to see the same trend. You're starting to see people talk about it. It's kind of getting some hype. And here before you know it, it could be like NURO. It could be like SPRT. It could be like BBIG and end up getting all of the hype and all the attention and rip and run to the upside. And to top it off, we do have a good press release here on ZEV. So with that being said, I do want to keep ZEV on watch. Right now, it's not really doing too much in pre-market, but I want to keep this one on watch to see if it does start getting some action and attention towards it, because it could take on off. There's a lot of upside potential on ZEV. I mean, right off the bat, it has room back into the 200 SMA, which is also daily support here and some daily resistance right around 1022. That's the 200 SMA. Also happens to be those pre-market highs. Coincidence? I think not. So again, we know we have room back up to that level. If we break over like 1022, 1025, that's when this thing could really start getting some action up towards around 12 bucks, up towards around 13, 18, and up towards around 14.54, 16 bucks, so on and so forth. I mean, it could go all the way as high as 17.36. I'm not saying it's going to. All I'm saying is we need to keep it on watch. We need to be mindful that there are creators and TikTokers and people in the stock market start to talk more and more and more about ZEV. And that's kind of the trend we saw with BBIG. Few people talking about it, it's moving a little bit, and then it blows up. SPRT, few people talking about it, everybody starts talking about it, it blows up. Right now, we got a few people talking about ZEV, saying it's going to be the next short squeeze stock. They're starting to hype it up. You see the trend. If we start to see more and more people talking about ZEV, you best believe it may get some hype behind it, and it may start ripping to the upside. So I do want to keep ZEV on watch. We have a good press release today on ZEV. ZEV right now gapping up from 865 to 924. Where is it on the leaderboard on ZEV? I want to look at the float. ZEV, right there, 31 million in float. So we don't quite have the volume, right? On average, we trade about 3.7 million shares. Right now, we're trading 1.6. Press release came out at 8 o'clock. So we really don't have substantial volume. That tells me that there's not a lot of activity and a lot of traders behind this, but that could definitely change, right? Based on what we just talked about. And it's a medium float stock, so it can definitely take on off. It's only 31 million in float with a short float percentage of 20%. So we do have a lot of traders talking about this because it does have a high short float percentage, and they're thinking it could be the next big short squeeze. And that's kind of the market right now. Last year, it was COVID-19 press releases, supernova stocks, right? We had some EV rips last year. We had some marijuana stocks last year. That was the hype. That was kind of the trend in the market. Right now, what's the hype in the trend? Short squeeze, short squeeze, short squeeze. The fact that we have people even talking about ZEV being the next short squeeze is worth watching, because that's the hype and that's the trend and what we're seeing in the market. So ZEV, definitely want to keep that on watch. So I have 3 stocks that I'm watching out of the gate. Watching ZEV, I'm watching ACIU, and I'm watching RHE. All right, now let's go ahead and talk about some back burner plays, guys. All right, number 1, RGC. RGC been ripping over the last couple of weeks from $6 to 59. Everybody's still looking at RGC. Everybody's still trading RGC, right? It's still on everybody's watch list. Right now, we gapped up last week on, what was it, Wednesday? Then we had Thursday, Friday, Monday. So yeah, Wednesday, big day on RGC. Thursday, Friday, Monday, pulling back on less and less and less volume, trying to fill that daily gap, right? Trying to come down into the high point from last, what was it? Not last week, but the week before on Friday, on the 20th of August. So again, the stock broke over that level, gapped up, pulled back and retested it last Wednesday, shot up to 59. And over the last 3 days, we've been slowly pulling back on less and less and less volume back in to that 27.16 level. The first daily candle to make a new high I expect to see a lot of volume move in, right? So the first daily candle to put in a new high, that's where I expect to see a lot of volume move into RGC. So that would be right now over yesterday's highs of $31. Over 31 bucks, we could definitely see a lot of volume and a lot of hype return to RGC and push this bad boy all the way back up towards around $37.50, right? So we have a lot of great opportunity here on RGC to see this continue to rock and roll to the upside. Right now, 27.16 support. We start cracking below that level, I would expect to see it all the way back down towards around $20 here in the short term. But as long as we hold 27.16 and we see this putting in a new daily high, right? That's over pretty much $31. That's where I expect to see a lot of volume move into RGC for the next leg up off a little bit of a daily bounce off of that 27.16 spiking high from a couple Fridays ago. All right, so RGC, back burner sleeper play, right? Not saying I want to watch it right out of the gate. I do want to keep it on watch, though, to see if it breaks that 31, see if we have some good buying volume move in to possibly get a good position up towards around 37 to 38 bucks there on RGC. So again, a little bit of a back burner sleeper play there. Definitely should be keeping that one on watch. We have NURO, another stock that has ripped in the past, been pulling back for the last month and a half, almost 2 months now, and it just bounced, right? It just bounced yesterday. We had a gap up. Was it yesterday? No, I'm sorry. It was Friday. It was Friday. We had a gap up above the 20 EMA. It pulled back and tested the 20 EMA before ripping all the way to 20 bucks. What did we see yesterday? We saw the gap down, right? We saw a red day. What are we seeing right now? Another slight gap down. What kind of formation is this on NURO? That is a mid-candle breakout formation, guys, right? We could definitely see this stock, again, breaking over yesterday's lows and start to get a lot of volume. The textbook mid-candle breakout is big green day, right? Small red day right in the middle of the green day, followed by a slight gap down with volume moving in, breaking over the low in the close of the red day, right? So we're seeing that slight gap down. That's what we want to see on textbook mid-candle breakouts. We love to see the slight gap down and then it breaks up through those levels. So right now, looking at NURO, I'd expect to see some good volume move in back above 1350. This stock breaking back above 1350, that's where I expect to see a good amount of volume move in. I expect to see even more volume move in right around yesterday's close. So breaking over 1388, that's where I would expect to see even more aggressive buying volume moving on in to really start pushing this back to the upside. We have room to 1556, we have room to 1607, we have room to 1650, and then we could see this all the way back up towards around $20 there on NURO. Another back burner sleeper play, mid-candle breakout formation. Again, I want to keep this one on high watch. Breaking over 1350, 1387. I expect to see a crap ton of volume move in for the possible mid-candle breakout to get this bad boy going, at least back up into your first target of $15.56. So definitely keep NURO on high watch. And then last but not least, traders, you guys have been talking about BBIG. We were talking about BBIG yesterday, last night, post-market, right before the end of the day. What do we want to see on BBIG? I want to see this leveling above 6. I want to see this stock pull back, bottom, find support at $6. If it can do that, if we get proper market structure and we're looking good and we see good buying volume off $6, I think we have room back to 8. Breaking over $8, we got a lot of room to 950, 10, 1059, 1114, 1163 all-time highs, and then the sky's the limit. Let's be honest, there's still a lot of hype around BBIG. There's still a lot of traders talking about BBIG, and I like the $6 level. Why is that? Well, number one, it was Friday's spiking high. Number two, it lines up beautifully with prior spiking highs, right? We have the stock opened at 6, closed red. We have resistance there at 6, resistance there at 6, resistance Friday at 6, old resistance, new support. The stock gapped up aggressively yesterday and just faded, faded, faded. There are traders waiting for the stock to pull back to a level of support, find support, bottom, before getting their entries for the next leg up. So again, if BBIG stays above $6 today and finds that level of support around 6, I think BBIG has a lot of potential to the upside. I think we could see it back up towards around $8, $9.50, $10, $10.56, $11.14, and then possibly $11.63, which are those all-time highs on BBIG. So definitely BBIG needs to be kept on high watch today. All right, so we're looking at a couple back burners. We got RGC, right? We got RGC, back burner play. We got NURO, mid-candle breakout, a little bit of a back burner play. And then we have BBIG above $6. Fresh stocks that I'm watching today, RHE, ACIU, and ZEV. I am watching GSAT. It's on my watch list. Just looking to see if it does set up again. Nothing right now to really talk about. Just observing this one and just looking to see if it does get any hype. SPRT, same thing. Nothing to really talk about right now on SPRT, but still on my watch list just in case it starts getting some hype and just in case it starts moving on up. All right, guys. So, my goodness, 84 viewers. All right, if you guys get us up to 100 viewers and 100 likes, today may be Free Stream Tuesday or Taco Tuesday. Yeah, baby, I'm eating some tacos today. You better know it. So yeah, there's still a lot of shorts on BBIG. BBIG still pulling on back. I like the idea of it bouncing off 6 and then starting to rip off that $6 level. So I like BBIG a lot. Taco Tuesday. Yeah, let me scroll back on up. I mean, there are a couple other ones on the leaderboard like SONN. But when we really go look at SONN, I mean, there's not a lot here. I mean, it has some news though, right? It does have some news. SONN, after hours on Monday, they announced completion of discovery phase for its next preclinical pipeline candidate. So we had some action here. So if you guys are looking at SONN because it's cheap, SONN because it has good volume, and SONN because it's a lower float stock, above 75 cents, SONN could really start taking on off, right? So again, we have support at 75. I do think SONN has some opportunity back up towards around $1. But again, I'm not a huge fan of stocks underneath of $1. I'm just not, right? I'm really not. The biggest reason behind that is, on my larger account, I'd have to get like 10,000 shares. Right? 20,000 shares. So I'm taking a lot of size. And when I take a lot of size, I'm paying 0.0035 a share. So my commissions and fees could have been, like $140 on the trade, right? So that's one of the biggest reasons I'm not a fan of these really cheap stocks. I need to get a lot of size. And when I take a lot of size, I get hit, a couple $100 in commissions and fees, right? But on the small account, it is a little bit different because on the small account, I'm not taking aggressive size and I'm not really getting hit with a lot of commissions and fees. So my mindset can change a little bit with these sub-dollar, penny stocks. So with that being said, we will definitely watch SONN. We have news yesterday. SONN is gapping up 42%. It has great volume and it's a relatively low float stock as well. It's only 22 million in float, and this one does have room back up towards around $1. So this would actually be a good candidate for the small account, right? It is cheap. It has about 20 cents to the upside. Again, we could definitely look at SONN for a possible opportunity today as well for the small account. But in my honest opinion, I do like, like ACIU, I like ZEV, and I like potentially RHE a little bit better with some of these back burner plays, right? Like RGC, definitely NURO, definitely BBIG. I mean, we have a lot of opportunity, but let's go ahead and add SONN to the watch list. And keep this one on watch to see if it does set up for us. Again, we do have support at 75 cents. We are going to have some resistance right there around 81. But then we have a lot of opportunity back up towards around that $1 mark there on SONN. So we talked about RHE, going through. Good morning, guys and girls, if you're just now tuning in. I do apologize. I wasn't able to kind of look over and look at all of these questions, but we do got about 3 minutes to go. So far, I am 3 for 4 on option calls. That's what's up. Yeah, so, looking at everything that I called out last week, 80% of those hit target. So, good stuff that you're taking some of those plays. Right now, with options, I'm watching Zoom because it's gapping down aggressively, thinking we might get a little bit of a, like a little bit of a dead cat bounce off of earnings. If this one comes down to 275, I wouldn't be opposed to taking this for a bounce today, guys. So, again, if this opens and continues to sell off, and we come into that prior daily low right around 275, I would expect to see a nice little dead cat bounce on Zoom, right? I'd expect to see Zoom consolidate above that level and eventually start moving back up to fill the gap that it's going to have today, back up towards around like 331. So Zoom's on high watch, not just for a day trade today off the dead cat bounce, but possibly swing trading this a couple months out for this to come back and fill that daily gap that it's going to have today up towards like 330. So I do like Zoom a lot. I am watching Coin again today. I'm watching CRM to come down and fill the daily gap before we get a bounce, kind of like what we saw on MSFT, Microsoft. Again, the stock gapped up, pulled back, filled the daily gap, bounced, and it continued off that level, right? Really nice continuation off that gap fill. So I'm watching the same thing there on CRM. Big gap up, pulling back on less volume. I want to see it fill the gap. I want to see it bounce, and I want to take this for a nice bounce play back up to like maybe 270 to 275 there on CRM. So keep this one on high watch above 262.40. If this one comes down to 262.40 and you see it bouncing, it's not a bad idea to grab an entry for a multi-day bounce off the gap fill on CRM. So we're watching CRM. Right now, those are like the top options that I'm watching. Zoom for the dead cat bounce around 275. I like it. And CRM for the gap fill bounce for a multiple day push to the upside. Do I have 2 TikTok accounts? I do not. I have 1 TikTok account, guys. I have 1. It's Alpha Day Trading. So Gonzo, those are the options plays. Again, nothing super hot. Nothing I'm like, yo, PayPal, #1 stock, right? Nothing like I'm super fired up about. But, you know, CRM has potential. If it does come down today to the 262.40s, fills the gap for that nice little gap fill bounce. And then Zoom for the dead cat bounce today around that 275. So I do like both of these. All right, traders, the market's opening right now. Let's get fired up. Let's have an awesome day and make some amazing trades and watch that money flow on in, traders. So everybody here on TikTok, now's your chance. YouTube, Alpha Day Trading. Again, 100 viewers and 100 likes. Free stream Tuesday. So come on over, Alpha Day Trading on YouTube. Let's have an awesome day, guys. And what I'm doing right now is I'm pulling up Webull. I'm getting Zoom up just in case we see Zoom come down to that 275. I like it for a possible dead cat bounce. I do. So right now I'm looking at Zoom, looking at calls, looking at 300 calls, probably 300. No, they're expensive. They're expensive. They're expensive. We're looking at September 3rd's expiration. So this Friday, 332s. I mean, they're pretty expensive, but off that bounce, they could definitely get some action. But right now, the spreads are ridiculously aggressive. So you got to be really patient and wait for Zoom to settle down on the options chain a little bit. But I do like Zoom. So I'm putting ZM up off to the side because I want to watch this come down if it is going to. Towards around the 275 for a nice little dead cat bounce. Today, right around the 275. So that's where I like Zoom, is down at 275 if it can make it down to that 275 level. I think that's a damn good level to see this bounce. A damn good level to see ZM bounce. So again, I got Zoom up off to the side, watching ZM right now. Penny stocks, baby. SONN pulling back out of the open. ZEV pulling back. ACIU pulling back. You got RHE, green, getting a nice little bounce to it. Again, we're watching BBIG down towards around 6. NURO over 1350 for the possible mid-candle breakout. RGC over 31, guys. RGC over 31, that's the next daily candle to make a new high. That's why I would expect to see a crap ton of volume move in to RGC. So right now you got RGC. Keeping that one on watch over 31 team. NURO for the possible mid-candle breakout. This stock is pulling back to the 20 EMA. So let's see if this one's strong enough to hold above $12.50. So like $12.50 would be some decent support there on NURO if we're going to see this possibly reverse and start breaking back over 1350, 1380. for the possible mid-candle breakout. Right now, I just want to go ahead and just make sure that I'm good to go on like Zoom if we get the setup. Right now, options, making sure that I have everything set up on the right chain that I'd want to get involved with. And right now, we're just sitting back and waiting. Casey's like, hook me up with them tacos. I love tacos. I tell you what, I love me some tacos as well. I love tacos. I may go to Capital Tacos today. Capital Tacos, they got some good tacos. Again, you're only 3 minutes into the market, guys. 3 minutes in. I'm not trading anything yet. I don't see anything that I like, right? Right now, I'm just looking to see where the hype goes. Where traders are going. Where is it? Right now, we're just still sitting back and relaxing. Sitting back, waiting for the best of the best opportunity. And honestly, I think NURO is a good sleeper play, guys. I think NURO is a phenomenal sleeper play that has a lot of great potential to the upside. So I am watching NURO is probably one of the top 3 stocks that may be getting a little bit of a setup. Same thing with RGC over 31. I think that thing could really take on off. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at right now, guys. I'm just kind of looking at RGC. Oh, shoot. 97 viewers. Oh, you guys are getting close. Ed's saying, let's go. You got 97 viewers and 44 likes. We max out at 90. If we max out at 100 viewers and 100 likes, live stream is open today for free. Stream Tuesday. RHE is back above that $11 mark. RHE is back above 11. Again, you're only 5 minutes into the day, guys. Some of the best opportunity and some of the best profit comes around 10, right? Sometimes, the best setups start showing themselves, 15, 20 minutes into the day. So with that being said, if you're not in anything, it's okay. It's all right. We got a long day ahead of us, guys. We got a lot of time and a lot of opportunity. K-Glow, I missed what you said about Zoom. Yes, so if Zoom continues to fade, fall, all the way back down to 275, which is some killer support on Zoom, right around 275, I'd be looking for a dead cat bounce. So if this one dumps, 275, I'd be looking for a dead cat bounce right around 275 on Zoom. Coinbase today, ladies and gentlemen, COIN above 266.43. Possible 2-week swing trade back into the 290s. They're on coin. So again, we're watching coin. May not happen today, but once it re-breaks 266.50, I'd be looking for a multi-week swing trade back up to like 293 there on COIN. And look at that, guys. CRM filling the gap right now. I'm watching CRM here. CRM, again, we were watching this one to come fill the gap and get a nice little gap bounce on CRM, guys. So I am watching CRM down here towards around that 262.50 level. CRM down towards around the 262.50 level, guys. Was able to grab half of a position on CRM, I'm sorry, half position. I wanted to get probably 10 contracts. I only got 5 just to, because I'm getting in a little early. I'm not going to lie. I'm getting in just a little bit early, but I like the gap fill bounces. I really do. I think we could see a nice little bounce off the gap fill and see it possibly back at like 265, 266. So I did start a little position there on CRM off the gap fill bounce. And again, that was something similar like you saw on Microsoft, guys. So if you're wondering what a gap fill bounce is, it's when the stock gaps up, pulls back, fills the gap, and then bounces, right? So we're kind of looking at the same thing possibly here on CRM. Gap up, pulling back, filling the gap, getting a nice little bounce off that level is a nice little day trade possibility there on CRM. Oh, shoot, we had 104 there for a second. Oh, I didn't even see it, Adam. I didn't see it. All right, guys, BBIG, remember, around $6 forming support. Let's go. Around $6 forming support. Guys, I think BBIG still has some life left in it. Definitely think it has some life left in it. Oh, 103 viewers. That's a record. 104. Woo! Let's go. Let's get 100 likes. Ladies and gentlemen, traders, 100 likes. Free stream Tuesday. All day, baby. Let's go. Lessons, Q&A, trading, money. 100 likes. Let's smash the like button. Let's go. Still nothing I'm seeing at this point in time that I really want to jump in on penny-wise. Small caps. I mean, we got ZEV, and ZEV, we already talked about this. We know why it's something that we really should keep on high watch. So again, ZEV, quick sell off to 9, up towards around 10, waiting for one more pullback to look for a possible break over the 1024 high a day. So right now, I'd expect to see this up towards around 1024. Like to see it get rejected, maybe pull back towards around 950. And then look to nail the pullback for the break over that 1024. This thing has a lot of great opportunity and a lot of great potential, guys. ZEV, want to keep this one on high freaking watch. There's a lot of traders around this one as being the next short squeeze. All right, so make sure you're watching that one on high watch, guys. And right now, that's the one stock that I really want to focus on. Right now, it's ZEV, guys. Right now, ZEV. She's going, guys. This is the stock. We were nailing it. We were on top of it. We knew the stock had a lot of potential. Let's wait for a good entry here. This could be the next big time mover, guys. But we still got to play it smart. We still got to be safe. We got to be smart. So right now we're waiting for a good setup. But ZEV is a great stock with great opportunity, guys. CRM with a really nice bounce there. CRM over 265. This thing could start ripping and running even higher today on CRM. So CRM right now, nice bounce. About 2 points already off the bounce, guys. So right now, we're still watching CRM to see if it can re-break the open around 265 there on CRM. Come on, pull back, baby. Pull back a little bit. Where are you going to pull back to? Well, first thing that I see is that little pre-market spiking high that lines up with some intraday resistance as well. So spiking high around 965. A little bit of resistance right there before it really started shooting on up. So right now on ZEV, maybe like a 960 to 965 pullback there on ZEV for a possible entry to get that U-shaped break over the highs. Again, this one has room to $12, guys. This one does have room to $12. Right now, looking for a good entry. Looking for the best of the best opportunity. SONN. This one's looking weak below 75, guys. SONN looks weak below 75. ACIU is not really doing anything right now. Again, support is all the way back down at 10. RHE. We're still just watching RHE. This one has a lot of opportunity behind it. GSAT, not really doing much. All right, BBIG, guys. BBIG, we got to see this one holding on up here. We are right at that level. We're right there, right around that 590 to $6. So let's see if we can get a setup or some kind of reversal formation right around this level. So what you could see is a lot of the times the stock will crack that level of support, immediately regain it, test it, and it'll give you a little bit of a reversal formation where you could actually look to take that long for the next leg up. So if we get a regain of 6 and it puts in that higher low, back above 6 and you see that higher low formation, could be a nice little reversal setup here on BBIG. Definitely worth watching, definitely worth being mindful of here on BBIG if that does happen. Right now, we're watching BBIG for the possible reversal right around this level of support for the next leg up. ACIU, I'm just not a fan of it. I like ZEV much more. So right now, ZEV is like the #1 stock that I'm focused on. And I have my calls on CRM. I got those calls on CRM. Okay, here we go. Boom. Here we go. We got RHE. We got something going. We got something going. So here we go. So right now, let's go ahead and bring our level of support up. And I'm going to throw support right around, you know, like 1140. But we could see the halt level hold on up. But if it does not hold the halt level right around 1187, right? Right around 1187, we could see this pulling back to 1140 before we see that next leg up again. RHE has that room to 1323, guys. Halted at 943.11. This one will be live at 948.11. So this one will be live at 948.11. So we still got some time here. We got about 4 minutes to go. I'm still watching ZEV. ZEV is the runner-up. I like ZEV a lot. So I like RHE and I like ZEV. And I think ZEV still has a lot of great potential, especially breaking over that 200 SMA. Especially breaking over the 200 SMA. How's CRM doing? CRM, we're seeing the bounce, guys. We're seeing the bounce. Nailed it right off the lows at 262.68, 264.80. That's 2 points of profit. Lock in some profits on CRM, guys. If you had 10 contracts, lock in half. If you had 5, lock in 2 or 3. But again, you just nailed $3 within the last 10 minutes on CRM off the gap fill bounce that we were talking about. Now, if this one goes a red to green, which it's actually slightly going green right now, this has room to 280 next on CRM off the gap fill bounce. But right now, it's not a bad idea to go ahead and lock in a little bit of cheddar. A little bit of profits right there around the open at 265, guys. If you guys took that CRM. But the spreads kind of suck, don't they? The spreads aren't great at all. The spreads opened up ridiculously. Like right now, I can't even get out. I can't even get out of CRM right now. Because like the spread is 30 over. Okay, now it's popping up a little bit. It was 30 over 35 for a second. I was like, wow, that's terrible. 30 over 35. Get out of here. Do we already got profits in chat? Oh my goodness! Ow! Pancake Shark locking in $2,363. Pancake Shark, what was that on? What stock was that on? That is absolutely amazing, dude. Way to go. Way to kill it. You got Mexoids locking in some money on CRM off the gap fill bounce. Good job taking that trade on CRM. Pancake Shark, it was Moderna, mRNA. Way to crush it, way to kill it. Good freaking job, boss. You're always crushing it. So RHE is going to be live at 9:48.11. We still got about 2 minutes to go. Still about 2 minutes to go there. Nothing yet on ACIU. The only thing that we can do is put a little bit of a downtrend on this play. Right, we can put a little bit of a downtrend right here on this play and just look to see if it ever breaks the downtrend. In ZEV, I'm waiting for a proper pullback, waiting for this to level off somewhere, looking for a possible entry here. On ZEV, I still think this one has a lot of great potential to the upside today, traders. Nothing going on with our back burner sleepers. RGC, nothing happening. NURO, nothing happening. BBIG, nothing happening right now. And then GSAT, nothing happening. So our back burner plays, nothing really happening right there. So right now, the top stocks that we should be watching, ZEV, ACIU for the break of the downtrend, and RHE out of the halt, guys. Gonzo, oh, so the bid was 30, and the ask was like 40. So the spread was like 30. I said 30 over 40. It would be 40 over 30. So again, there's a 10-cent spread on those options. So literally, like, I bought at 20 cents. That the ask was at 40, but the bid was at 25. And I was like, well, that's a pretty whack spread, right? If I wanted to get out, I have to sell on the bid, which is where I got in at. I could throw a sell order out there and hopefully someone picks it up, but the spreads were pretty large, right? And even looking at it right now on the spread, it's 26 over 32. So the bid's at 26. The ask is at 34. So there's about a 6-cent spread right now. If you had 10 contracts, that's 60 bucks, right? If you had 10 contracts, that's $60, right? Just in spread, not being able to get out. But right now, it's trying to tighten up a little bit. It's still 27 on the bid and 34 on the ask. So right now, that bid needs to get closer to the ask to actually be able to get out of that trade to make a couple bucks. So right now, team, we're watching ZEV. I think ZEV still has a lot of great potential, guys. So throw a downtrend on ZEV, wait for that double bottom, wait for the break of the downtrend for the next leg up here on ZEV, guys. So right now, ZEV is probably the stock that I'm watching right now. I still think it has a lot of great potential behind it. Right now, I have no fresh equities trades going. The only one that I have still is CRM, waiting for the spread to tighten up a little bit so I can start trimming. Start scaling. Right now, the trade is currently up about 40% there on CRM, guys. So a quick 40% to start the day, and it still looks like it's going to try and get a little bit more umph to it. But just in case it doesn't, I want to go ahead and get a sell order on the table just in case I need to go ahead and exit this at 40%. But I want to give it a few more moments to see if it breaks the high a day here. So CRM still has some good potential, and it could be a nice runner today and a nice runner tomorrow as well, as Microsoft is a nice multi-day bounce. These gap fills are usually multi-day bounces. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see CRM have a bounce over the next couple of days, today and tomorrow. And right now, we're starting to see a really nice bounce here. Back below 265, I lock in my profits. Back below 265 on CRM, I lock in my profits. If it continues the rip to the upside, I'm going to continue to scale for as long as I can and continue to lock in some amazing profits here on CRM. It's still looking great, still looking good. So right now, what are we looking at on CRM, guys? We are currently up 58% on those options. 58%. Spread still sucks, though. That's the only problem. The spread is still garbage. Let me just throw an order right there at the ask. I'm going to throw an order at the ask on CRM. I'm going to throw an order right below the ask, actually. So I'll be the 37 order that just pops up. Go ahead and sell. Submitted. Now I can see looking at, all right, my bid's right there, or my sell right there at 37. So maybe someone comes in and picks me up for about 60% in profit on CRM. Let's see if someone pops in and buys my 37 cent order. Maybe I need to edit it at 36. Let me go ahead and adjust this one. My working orders. Let's go ahead and tap that. Let's go ahead and modify. I can't modify the order. Seriously? All right, I should get filled here in a second, guys. This one popping up in a new quick high a day. I should get filled on this order right now. I am currently on this chain here, the 272.50. My order's at 37 right now on CRM. Just trying to get out. I'm currently up 50% on the trade, but it won't let me modify my order, which is very odd. Orders. Can I modify it? I cannot. I can't even cancel the order. What's going on here? That's weird. Now it lets me modify. Okay, let's modify this, and let's tap it down to like 36 and sell it at 36. Let's see if I get picked up at 36. I'm actually going to drop it down a little bit more to 35 and try and tighten that spread up a little bit. So I'm sitting at 35 on the ask right now. SONN, we're taking that off the watch list. Nothing happening there. ZEV, losing that 965 level. We're not looking at it. ACIU is tanking and fading. And RHE is the one stock that's really trying to hold up. This is a bull flag, guys. This is a nice flag formation. RHE is not a bad buy. RHE, keep the stops tight. Keep your stops maybe at like 1170 on the trade, 1170. But we have that rip. We're consolidating above the VWAP, above the 9 EMA. If this one starts to get a pop in volume, breaking over the flag high, watch for a quick spike up towards around 1323. My order was just filled on CRM for about 50%, guys. So CRM, nice little entry there. Quick little 50% trade on the day. If anybody else grabbed CRM, good job, good work. Nice little $60 small account trade, about 50% ROI there on CRM. What do I think about RHE? I think RHE has some great potential. It is consolidating really nice. We do have that 1187 support from the halt level. We do have the 9 EMA. We do have the VWAP. It's a low float stock, right? It could rip to the upside. It could drop to the downside. This stock moves very, very quick, right? It's a low float play. So again, you got to be smart. You got to position yourself correctly. But looking at RHE, it does have room to 1323. Right now, we could see it pull back to that 1140. Good job on the dip, guys. Looks like a lot of you are rocking right now with BBIG. So good job on the dip buy on BBIG, guys. I would have been a little panicking. I'd be like, oh, crap, right? Because it cracked below 6. But if you guys are in the green, you don't want to see it back below $6. SPRT has some great potential, guys. SPRT does have some great potential. Again, over that $38 level. Over 38, this thing can definitely rip back up towards around 41.50. Right now, it's trying to go for a little bit of a red to green move here on SPRT. So right now, if it's a proper red to green move, your new support level is the open at 36. So if this one shoots over 36 and holds above 36, that would be your new support level. But right now, we're seeing it get rejected off 36. See you guys talking about LEDS, former runner. The stock has ran in the past. This stock has no news, but it is a little reversal formation. So we have our low, the lower low into the 200 SMA, the higher low holding above the 20 EMA, popping right up into the 50. So even if LEDS doesn't do anything today, let's say it gets rejected and it does not break over 1115, the 50 SMA, we may see it consolidate for a few days or for a week or so. And if we see this continue to consolidate sideways above the 20 EMA and below the 50, that would be our go-to 80-20 swing trade setup. That would be a 20-50 moving average squeeze on the daily chart. This thing could definitely rip all the way back up to like $17 on LEDS. So if it does not rip today, if it stays below 1115 but stays above the 20 EMA right around like $9, and it stays inside this level and consolidates, we can get tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter, forming this moving average squeeze on the daily and actually have a really nice swing trade coming on up here on LEDS. So I want to keep LEDS on high watch for a little bit of a possible day trade, obviously, but more for a nice little swing trade that could be setting up for us. Still watch ZEV for the break of this downtrend, guys. Still watch ZEV for the break of the downtrend. Breaking the downtrend, I expect to see some good hype move into this play. So definitely watch ZEV, traders. It does have support back down at 9. It does have some decent support back down at 9. Breaking the downtrend, I expect to see a good amount of volume move on in. We crushed it on the CRM gap fill bounce. We never had any signal on coin. We have yet to see anything on Zoom as well. But hey, we found one of the 3, CRM. Let's go ahead and add that to the books, Gonzo. Let's go ahead and add it to the book. 4 out of 5 on the option plays. That was a nice little 3-ish point bounce to the upside. 50% return on those options. ACIU, it's the same thing. We're waiting for the stock to come down to a level of support and to break this potential downtrend. And we see that we do have a lot of resistance through that level. So again, pulling back to a level of support. It just pulled back to that low there from pre-market right around 1081. 1081 could be that support level. Again, you want to see good market structure, right? Some kind of double bottom, ideally with a higher low. Breaking the downtrend, that's when ACIU could really start taking on off. But again, if it cracks below 1081, watch for it to fade all the way down towards around 10 bucks there on ACIU. There's ZEV breaking your downtrend. There's ZEV breaking the downtrend on a little bit of volume. I don't think GSAT is going to do too much. I'm going to just clean up my watch list, guys. Just cleaning up the watch list here a little bit. RGC is coming off as well, but I'll keep it on our prior moving list. But right now, today, it just does not have any volume or any kind of activity towards it. So I don't think it's even worth watching for today. So right now, looking at LEDS, if this one is strong enough to break over 11.15 today, I mean, shoot, we could see it up towards around 13.39 and maybe even 17 bucks on LEDS. But if we get rejected off the 50 SMA and we consolidate for a few days or for a week or so, in between the 20 and the 50 on the daily chart, that would possibly be setting up for like a textbook moving average squeeze for a swing trade. So I do like LEDS, whether that's for a day trade today over the 50 or whether that's getting rejected and still consolidating for a few days or into next week for a possible swing trade there on LEDS. So right now, if you guys are looking for reversals off support, right? If you like trading the reversals off support, low risk, good reward, you do have ACIU possibly setting up for a little bit of a downtrend break here. So keep ACIU on watch for the downtrend break setup. You had ZEV break the downtrend. I would expect to see it get rejected off the VWAP, pull back, higher low, double bottom, then get that second U shape for the break of the VWAP. So right now, I wouldn't be taking this right now. I'd be looking for a rejection off VWAP, for it to pull back again, get a higher low, look for that nice U shape, then the break over 975 and the VWAP for the leg up towards around 1022. So right now, we got some time on ZEV. We're not touching LEDS at highs at 1115, also right off the 50 SMA. Not touching it. Possible reversal on ACIU, the boom, boom, bang, as we call it. RHE is just a little choppy. You guys are absolutely crushing it on BBIG. Congratulations. NURO, still just watching it as a back burner play. Still just kind of keeping it on watch to see if it ever does start breaking that 1350 and 1380 for a possible mid candle. And SPRT, she's got to get the break over 36. It's got to break over the open, right? Right around 36 bucks. Over 36, it has a lot of room up to like 41.50 there. Mexoids, 120 on CRM. Good job on CRM there, buddy. Good job locking in those profits. So right now, my pick is ACIU, right? ACIU off the double bottom, breaking the downtrend. My pick right now is ACIU for a low risk, high reward trade. So ACIU, this is my trade that I like the most. So I'm risking 40 bucks on the trade, looking for the break of the downtrend. First target's in the VWAP. Want to see it breaking 1150 here. That had a big volume pop. Want to see it trying to get 1150 here. Give it a second here. I'm a scalper on these. I like to scalp these plays. So again, I'm treating my small account like my large account. I want to give it a moment to see if it can retain this move and close up over 1140. It's got about 20 seconds to go. Right now, it's looking a little iffy. Breaking the downtrend, but kind of starting to give a little bit back. So I took half at 1150, guys. I took half, and I'm out of this real quick. I'm out of ACIU for a quick 22 on the small account. Hi, sweetie.
No biting.
So maybe you're good luck. Maybe I closed out of my trade because you're in here. So that was good luck. But if it rips, I'm going to spank you. No, I'm kidding. If it goes to the moon, you're in trouble. No, I'm kidding. Did you eat chocolate? You had a cookie for breakfast?
No.
Look at that. She had a cookie. A freaking Oreo for breakfast. Come on. Who's your parents?
Yeah.
Yeah, me? Yeah. I love you. All right, give me a big kiss, okay? Mwah. Have a good day, okay? I love you more. Oh, yeah, cookies for breakfast. Yeah, that's a great breakfast right there. Yeah, the breakfast of champions. Oreos, baby. Oreos. I love you. Yeah. So yeah, I went ahead and took a quick 22. 100 shares for 22 cents. I was really looking for a bigger pop on ACIU, but hey, I'm treating my small account like I treat my main account. If this was my main account, I would have jumped in with 1,000 shares, and I would have been able to make a couple $100. So again, I'm doing the same thing that I do with my main account on my small account. So again, a nice little entry for the downtrend break on ACIU. Was only able to get about 20 cents out of it or so, but it was a quick little not 220 bucks, a quick $22 to go ahead and start the day on the small account. So again, it's not terrible. It's not the best profit, but it's profit. And I closed it just because I wanted to say bye. I think it still has some good potential. I probably should have held it, but again, looking away for a second, if it dumped, I did not want to see it turn into a losing trade. So that was a good, quick little scalp there on ACIU. We're seeing that VWAP rejection. We're looking for that double bottom or that possible higher low on ZEV. This could be my next trade if this one holds the higher low. We could definitely see a higher low U-shape break over VWAP for the rip and run up towards around 1022. So I'm definitely watching ZEV on high watch right now. After that quick little trade there on ACIU. Yeah, right now, ZEV is the one that I want to personally keep on watch here. Right now, ZEV is the one that I want to keep on high watch. Just waiting to see where it's going to come down and bottom. Looking to see where it's going to come down and bottom. Possibly getting that higher low for that possible little bit of a reversal here. So let's see if that one sets up for us, team. ACIU still not bad as long as it holds the downtrend now, right? So you are building higher lows and higher highs. Broke the downtrend, coming back, retesting it as new support. So as long as it holds that prior high at 1029 and this downtrend, I still think that we have some great potential here on ACIU. CRM's still doing pretty good. CRM's still doing really good. So again, I mean, you could place your stops at like 920 on the trade too. If it puts in a lower low at like 920, that would signal a stop out. But I still think we have a couple more minutes, couple more candles to form for really getting that entry here on ZEV. So I want to get it as low as possible, like maybe 940, risking 20 cents. 100 shares, I'd risk 20 bucks. Upside potential to 1020. So you're looking at, what, 80 cents, $80. That's a 4-to-1 setup. It's not bad at all. That's not bad at all. Again, I try and usually go with around $1,000 of equity per trade, not risking more than, like 20 bucks on a trade, attempting to make, 40, 60, 80. And that was my game plan with ACIU, was again to nail that entry right there around that 1120. Stops right underneath that low of 1080, right? And I was looking for the bigger move to like 1250, but like I said, little kiddo behind me, did not want to look away and see it crack and dump. But I do think we have some good opportunity on ZEV. So ACIU, great break of the downtrend, came back, retested beautifully up into the VWAP. That was a solid trade, guys. That was a beautiful, solid trade, and this thing's not looking like it's going to slow down. This thing has some great activity towards it. But I think ZEV has some good opportunity as well. How's RHE doing? Is RHE doing anything? Nope. LEDS, like I said, I didn't really expect it to break over that 1115. ACIU looking good, and then ZEV I still think has some good opportunity. So let's see if it can hold that uptrend. Let's see if it can hold the higher low and start to get that break of the VWAP on a nice higher low U-shape break over VWAP for the leg up to 1020 here on ZEV. I'll start a 50 share position on ZEV. I want like 100 to 200 shares, so I'm going to scale into this. My stops are not changing. My stops are right below that low of 925. So I thought I'd just take a small little starter position right around the trend line, just in case it does crack and dump. I'm not full size to where I take a big loss. But if we do start to see that transition in the volume and everything's looking good, I will consider scaling in to the trade for the break of the VWAP for that nice big rip up. Maybe into like the 1050s, guys. At least 1022. At least 1022 on ZEV. I gotta finish the whole thing. There we go. So right now, as you guys can see, 24-ish bucks on the day on the small account. 24 bucks on the day. 2 trades. ACIU for a quick little 22. And then right now I'm working ZEV to see if we get that VWAP break off the higher low that we had been talking about for the possible leg up to like 1022. Now, it could be like a little $40 trade. It's definitely a profit. Green's green. So we need to see this break in the VWAP here. So if this is the higher low and we get the higher high, stops will now go up under 940. So right now we can go like a 935 stop on the trade. We can do like 935 on the trade here on ZEV. Got to get VWAP here though. It's got to break VWAP. Got to close into a higher high. If it closes into a higher high, we do have a slight reversal in trend. And we can go ahead and bring those stops up underneath that low, up underneath these lows, and have like maybe like a 937 stop. If I sell it, it'll probably break, right? If I sell ZEV right now, it's probably going to break the VWAP and rip to high a day. So should I go ahead and just sell it, guys? Should I go ahead and just sell it for you? Who's in ZEV? Anybody? I'll go ahead and sell it for you guys. Like yesterday, right? Yesterday. On a GSAT. The second I sell it, the second it squeezes. I'll go ahead and sell it for you guys. Catherine says yes. Catherine's like, sell it, dude. I want money. I want money. I tell you what, if I see it back at like 970, I'll sell it. If I see the buyers back at like 970, which is below VWAP, I will sell it. And I'll let it run for you guys. Right now, it's looking pretty good. You got 990. Let's go 10, baby. Let's go 10, baby. Come on. 975 is my new exit. 975 is my new exit. Again, I got to treat this like my main account. I got to act like I have 500 to 1,000 shares. And that's how we would trade this, right? Got to act like I have 500 to 1,000 shares. And how would I trade that account? I would trade it like I'm trading it right now. Giving it an opportunity to break over 10. Right now, I don't really want to see buyers dropping back below 990. Right? Every 10 cents is a psychological line for me to go ahead and look to lock in, some profits. Again, green is green. Right now, I'm going to give it a chance for the $10 break. Looking to see if buyers are strong enough to hold 990. And again, that's just how I would trade my main account to lock in profit. So I'm out. Go ahead and rip. I'm out of ZEV. Go ahead and rip. All right? Go ahead and rip for the team. So again, I'm looking at what this would be on a main account. And that's what you have to do as well. Look at, your consistency. Making consistent trades with good stops and good targets. What would that equate to on a larger account? Well, looking at that, if I would have, been taking the size that I would normally take, you're talking I'd be up over 400, 500 bucks on the day, right? If I were 10xing my size, 500 shares or 1,000 shares, right? I would be 10xing my profit. It'd be 400 bucks on the day. That's a killer day on 2 trades. I'd be done. So again, locking in the profits like I would on my main account, right? So again, on the day, small account, 40 bucks, 40 bucks. Here's all my entries and exits as well. I'm all about full transparency. ACIU in at 11.20, out at 11.48, little, about 28 cents a share there, right? In at ZEV at 9.52, out at 9.88 for a quick little 36 cents a share. So not bad. Not bad. So team, I see everybody was in. We had Catherine, she was in. Wade was in. K Glow. Let's go, traders. We just made, some quick cash. 50 cents a share, guys. 50 cents a share. Who locked in profits? Who locked in those profits at 10 bucks? Again, from 9.50 to 10, right into $10 resistance. It attempted to break 10 a couple times. I would at least be taking some profits. I locked it in completely. Guys. But hey, 50 cents is 50 cents. Let's go. Right now, it's not a bad idea to get those stops brought up if you still want to hold this. Right? If you still want to hold this and you think the stock's going to break the 200 SMA and rip the 12, lock in a little bit of profits and get those stops brought up. Please. Right? The last thing you want to do is hold this and watch it dump to 9 and just not have any money on the table. Right? You want to lock in profits when you have them. So lock in a little bit of profits. You guys are up 50 cents plus a share right now. Green is good. Woo! We got real little spaz too. Profits on profits on profits. Tracy's in. Angel. Good job, guys. Green is good. Good is green. Ha, Pancake, I love it. Green is good. Good is green. Sounded like Yoda over there. Yoda. The green is good with this one. The profit is strong with this one. Yeah, it was a nice little win. Yeah? Hey, 50 cents, 50 cents, guys. And again, we all talk about you got to start somewhere, right? What's the point of the small account challenge? To establish consistency behind your trades. Identifying 2-to-1 setups, managing your risk, taking appropriate size, managing your account the right way, about being patient, being disciplined. It's about getting that foundation and acquiring the skill set, right? You're going to do that for 3-6 months. And then guess what? You have confidence, right? Next time you see that setup, you're going to be confident to take it with larger size on a bigger account because it's all numbers at the end of the day, right? I'm risking 2 to 3% on a trade max. That's 200 to 300 bucks. That's what I could risk. That's not what I'm risking, but that's what I could risk on my account, right? I'm actually scaling it back quite a bit, acting like I only have maybe 4 to 5 grand in my account, and I'm trading about it that way. But let's say that I go ahead and I refund my account end of the year, 100 grand. Right? 2 to 3% is 2 to 3 grand. So now I'm taking bigger size, but it's the same thing. It's all numbers at the end of the day. I know what my max risk is. I know that I have to identify at least 2-to-1 setups. I have to be consistent. I have to be patient. I have to manage my risk. And so now I'm doing the same thing. The only thing that's changing is the amount of shares that I buy, the amount of profit that I make, and the amount of risk that I take on. Right? But the numbers are in line with the account. You do it consistently with a small account for 6 months. You're going to be able to do it consistently with a big account for the rest of your life, right? That's when you go from $40, $50 days, $100 days to $500, $600, $700 days, $1,000 plus days. The only thing that's changing is the amount of size that you take in correlation with your account and being able to be okay with that type of risk associated with that size. But as long as it's in line with your account, right? It's all numbers at the end of the day. That's it, guys. And that's how we go from $40, $50 days to $500,000 days. Mexoids, red is bad. Bad is red. I love it. You guys are funny as hell. Gonzo. Gonzo, my guy. Up $500 on CRM. You're very welcome, Gonzo. I'm glad you're locking in profits, buddy. I'm glad you're locking in some profits. Good stuff. So Zoom never set up, guys. ZM never confirmed anything. I would have never touched ZM unless it tanked down to 275, right? I would not be in ZM. ZM could slowly fade over the next few days, in the next week, down to 275. Honestly, if this one makes a new intraday low, I would get out of it. There is, like, honestly no reason to be in ZM right now, right? There is, like, no reason to be in ZM. The only thing that I see is a little bit of an intraday descending triangle. And what do we know about intraday descending triangles? They're typically bearish 80% of the time, right? Typically. But there's that 20% chance that it does break out of that descending triangle and rip. And the one thing that I see that helps support the possible break on ZM is the divergence, right? Flat bottom support. But we have the RSI building higher lows. That shows buying momentum moving into the stock. That is a sign of bullishness. But the sign of bearishness is the descending triangle here intraday, and that is a bearish chart formation. But we do have the RSI gaining some buying momentum, and there is that 20% chance that we break to the upside out of this formation. So if it puts in a new intraday low, walk away, because this has room to fade all the way down another $10 to the downside, down to 275. You don't want to hold this to 275. You want to limit your loss. You want to limit your risk, right? But again, if this one can actually not put in a new intraday low and break the downtrend, which it looks like it's doing on volume, and RSI continues to build momentum, that is a bullish sign, and we could see it back up to like maybe 270, 250. But I still think it's a good idea to try and get a little bit of profit or break even, because again, there is no technical reason to be buying the dip right now, right? At 275, yes. At 288, not really. In my opinion, not really, right? I think we see some consolidation over the next couple days before ZM really gets some action towards it. And the last thing you want to do is have a contract that expires on Friday and you're getting destroyed in the theta while it's just sitting sideways and not really moving all that much. So ACIU is a nice little trade into the VWAP. ZEV was a nice higher low break over the VWAP. So 2 for 2 in the equities, and then 1 for 1 with options. So for the day, guys, I'm up $100 on my small accounts, and that's really the goal, right? The goal is to average $100 a day, right? Yesterday was almost a $300 day. Today, between CRM, right? I locked in what? What did I lock in on CRM? $57, and I have $40 on the small account. So that's almost a $100 day. I think I just lost internet, guys. Maybe we're back. I just dropped internet there for a second. So my bad, guys. Are we still good on the stream? All right, we're good. So yeah, my internet just went kaplunk for a second. So thank goodness I wasn't in a trade. That's not supposed to happen, but it must have been just through the lines itself. That's I need a backup internet. I need to have 2 internet connections. All right, but we're back and rocking now. Okay, cool. So we are back up and rocking. I see the live stream. I see you guys in chat. See you guys over on YouTube. Good stuff. So ladies and gentlemen, traders, throw your profits in profits chat. I want to see everybody blowing profits chat up. Tyler, 285 on ZEV. We got Mexoids, $120 on the CRM calls. We got Pancake Shark, $2,300 My goodness, you guys are rocking and rolling, and I'm up just about $100 on my small accounts today, guys. Monkey, how are you able to day trade on the small account? Well, I always make sure that I have 50% settled cash in my account. So as long as I have 50% settled cash in my account, I'm able to day trade as much as I want. I can day trade 1,000,000 times as long as I have settled cash in my cash account. There is no PDT rule. There is no day trading restrictions. Again, as long as you have settled cash in your account, you are all set, ready to rock and roll. And again, so what I do is I always make sure that I have 50% settled cash. So my equity, right around 12. That means I need to have $6,000 of buying power for the next day. Right now, I have buying power today was 7, right? So I could use $6,000 and I would have 6,000 settled tomorrow. So right now, I have about 4 more. Yeah, I can use about $4,000 more dollars of buying power. So that means I have $4,000 of funds that I could technically use today to make sure I have another 6 tomorrow to trade with. So ACIU needs to really get above the VWAP here. ZEV, right now, it's still in this uptrend. So go ahead and bring support up right into the prior high. We actually pulled back and retested it on that lower shadow, right around 970. So, I mean, it's risky because it's topping out at 10. It's topping out at 10, right? If it was going to be a true trend, you got higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low. You wanted to see that move through the higher high and put in a higher high. So right now, all you have is 970 support with $10 resistance. This one breaks over 10, you have room to 1025. But you got to remember, support's all the way back down at 970 here on ZEV. RHE is just a very up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down stock. I mean, there's not a lot of consistency behind that right now. Don't forget about BBIG. Don't forget about BBIG. It lost that level of support. It regained it, and now we're retesting it. As long as we hold above 6 and put in market structure above 6, BBIG is still a great opportunity, guys. So don't forget about BBIG. But please do give me 2 minutes. I drank my water and my energy way too fast. I got to go use the restroom, so I'll be right back with you, traders. Give me about 2 minutes. All right, guys, we back. We are back, ready to rock and roll. Frank says Josh is a beast. Frank, you're a beast. What are you talking about, dude? I'm not no beast. You're the beast. You guys are showing up, taking the initiative, and absolutely crushing it. So right now, traders, not a bad day. Green day, 2 for 2 on equities, 1 for 1 on options. So right now, we've got 3 trades in, all green. That's a successful day. That's a profitable day right there. Honestly, like, I'm not really too interested in just continuing the trade, right? Usually I limit myself on the small account, 2-3 trades a day, and I got 3 trades on the day between the 2 accounts, and it was a profitable day. So right now, my goal is what? Capital preservation, locking in the profits that I have. That's what it's all about, capital preservation. Right now, I don't really see anything else that I want to get involved with. RDHL. RDHL. So RDHL, 45 million in float, trading 5 million shares, which is well above the average. Cantor Fitzgerald initiated coverage on the stock with an overweight rating of $22 per share. This stock immediately getting right into resistance. A lot of resistance at 1122. I mean, look at all that resistance. Spiking high, spiking high, spiking high. Honestly, that resistance is as high as 1150. What was the high there on that day? The high there was 1152. So yeah, right around 1152 is like that main level of resistance. Now, this stock breaking on out over that 1122. I mean, just looking left, we could see it up towards around 14. And then we could see it up towards around, like $16 on RDHL. Now let's go ahead and look at support. We know how high it could go. Let's go ahead and see where it could pull back to on RDHL. Now I'm seeing, like daily support, 10-ish, which, if we look at our intraday chart, we can say maybe back down at like 980. Would be a good little level of support, and then right there around 1034. So now all we wait for the stock to properly set up off support. That's it. We wait for the stock to properly set up off of a level of support, and we look for an entry. And we know how high it could go, but all we're doing is waiting to see what level of support traders are going to respect for the possible next leg up. Right now, it's just we're waiting on RDHL, waiting for the stock to settle and to level for a possible entry back up into those highs of 1118. We have room to 1150. Anything over 1150, guys, I mean, this has a lot of room all the way up towards around $14. If you guys are still watching RHE, the only thing that I see is a possible ascending triangle breakout. So right now you have these nice higher lows. You have flat resistance right across the top. So again, the only thing I'm seeing is a possible ascending triangle breakout formation here on RHE. So keep that on watch for the possible ascending triangle breakout, RHE. This one has room back into those pre-market highs right around 1333. Right now, if you were taking this out of anticipation, your stops would have to be at 1149. You'd have to have like an 1149 stop on the trade. There's your ascending triangle break. If it comes back down and retests 1233 and holds, this thing has a lot of room to 1333. It's getting action. Nice ascending triangle formation there on RHE, guys. That happened quick, but that was profitable. I mean, from 12 right up towards around 13 within like 2 minutes. So let's go ahead and do this. Let's go ahead and start running the downtrend on RDHL, right? We do have a nice established downtrend. coming right into that level of support. What is this, guys? Is that a little bit of a boom, boom, bang-a-rang, right? The stock's ripping on up, pulling back, pulling back, pulling back into a level of support, trying to form a double bottom, looking to break the downtrend on point number 4. This is a beautiful textbook downtrend break strategy, low risk, high reward. So we're looking at RDHL right now. Again, you got point 1, point 2, a little bit of a point 3. If this stock double bottoms and you see volume move in for the 4th point break of the downtrend, you do have room back up to the highs here on RDHL. So again, we got to wait to make sure this is going to stay above support. We want to see volume moving back in, and we want to see price breaking the downtrend. If we can see all of that just mesh beautifully together, you have a very nice low risk, high reward setup here. Because again, you'd probably be making entries at like 1060 at the latest. Stops would be 1030, right? That's 30 cents of risk. And you have about 40, 50, 60 cents of the upside. So it's right at a 2-to-1. But right now, it still hasn't set up. Right now, it's not giving us the confirmation to get involved. I see you guys talking about like AHER or AEHR. My bad. AEHR. So what's up here? Oh, so that came right after the market opened, right around 10 o'clock. So they received $1.2 million Chinese order for silicone photonics device testing. So you do have some news right after the open here on AEHR. And it has a decent little daily chart setup as well. So AEHR first needs to break 820. It has room to 860. Anything over those 52-week highs of 860, this has room to 971 on AEHR. So we have good news. AEHR is a former runner from around $3 to 860. This one breaking over 820 has room for about 40 cents into the 860s. Anything over 860, you do have some nice room up towards around 971 on AEHR. SAVA, it's bouncing off the 200 SMA. SAVA, again, just been selling off, selling off, selling off. You have 3 days right across the 200 SMA. That's bullish. This one has room back to 97. So SAVA does have room towards around $96 to $97 with intraday support back down at intraday resistance around $57.30. So again, nice healthy pullback. If it does get down towards around 57 and it holds, that's a great level. VWAP's right there as well. Intraday resistance, new support. Definitely think we can see a move off that level, and we do have some room to like $66 and then $67 there on SAVA. There's a lot of opportunity in the market, right? You have AEHR. Definitely has some opportunity to rip and run to the upside all the way to like 970, right? You got RDHL looking to break this downtrend for the next leg up towards around $11.18. Wade, NURO, possible cup and handle. No. Nope. Typically when we see our cup and handles that are proper cup and handles, they occur at or near high of days, right? Now don't get me wrong, every now and then, you would see a cup and handle play out like something like that, right? Every now and then you could see that. But yeah, it's rare. It's rare. 80% of the time you see the stock ripping up into a high, pulling back into the high, and then a higher low cup and handle break over highs, right? That's typically when you see it when the stock's in an uptrend. Right now, NURO is in a downtrend, right? So typically speaking, it's rare that you see cup and handles occur in a downtrend. Cup and handles are bullish patterns. They're continuation patterns and typically occur at the tops of uptrends, and they're identified as continuation patterns to continue the trend. So with that being said, I mean, it's worth watching I would just be looking for the higher lows and for a break over the VWAP. Right? That's what I would be looking for here. Is this to continue to hold these higher lows and just get a higher low break of the VWAP for a possible leg up into the 13s on NURO. ACIU is down below 1081. It has room to fall to 988, guys. This one has room to fall to 988. If you're in at 1035, consider walking away from the trade under 1030. It may bounce here. It may bounce right back to 1070. Lock in profits if it bounces to 1070. But if it drops below like 1025, I would consider getting out. This is very bearish right now. This is very bearish. It may pop right up into the 9 EMA. But again, I would consider getting out. I would consider getting out because it has room to fall to 988. And I don't want you guys taking an unnecessary loss. So, you know, if you're break even, try and just get out at break even because it's too risky. It's 50-50. It could bounce up 20 cents. It could drop 50 cents, right? It's too risky. The last thing you want to do is stay holding this and take a loss if it continues to dump. You know, I would just try and get out if I were you. But that's just me. That's what I would do on ACIU. Because again, it looks like it could dump another, 50 cents or so here. So right now we're starting to see things slow down just a little bit, right? We still have AEHR. This one looks good over 820 and 860 with a lot of room to 970 on AEHR with some good news. And it's a former runner as well. So AEHR definitely has some good opportunity. Right now on RDHL, a little bit of a false breakout, but it wasn't the textbook downtrend break. Why did I not take it? Because it wasn't the textbook downtrend break setup, guys, right? The textbook downtrend break is when you have the double bottom or the slight higher low above that level of support, then it breaks on 0.4. If we look at this, it actually put in a lower low and then broke the downtrend. That's why I never took it, because it put in a lower low and then broke. We want to see the higher low, then the break. That signals some strength. So that's why I never jumped in on RDHL, because it didn't really set up properly the way that we really want to see those downtrend breaks set up. And so, trading literally is just a game of limiting your mistakes. We all make mistakes as traders. I'm not perfect by any means, right? I make mistakes to this day. But what do I do differently is I learn from my mistakes. I take my mistake as an opportunity to learn. That I can learn from that mistake to where I don't make that same mistake again. So if there was a mistake made, let's say you jumped into RDHL. What's one thing that you can take away from this, right? Is it didn't put in a double bottom or a higher low. So next time you see something like RDHL and you see it breaking the downtrend, but it put in a lower low, you may be like, you know what? I'm not going to take the trade. Regardless if it rips 100% to the upside. I got to stay disciplined and not take the trade because they're not the right setups. It's not the right formation for those big time moves. Now, could it move big? Could RDHL have ripped to 1118? Absolutely. But it wasn't that 80-20 setup. It was more of like a 60-40 setup. It had 60% odds of ripping, but there was still that pretty big chance that it wasn't going to because it put in the lower low. So, with that being said, trading is simply a game of limiting your mistakes. We're going to make them. We cannot beat ourselves up. We cannot get discouraged. We cannot get frustrated. We take our mistakes as an opportunity to learn, to where we can prevent those same mistakes from happening again. Because I guarantee the next time you see something like RDHL, you're going to think of RDHL. You're going to think of, I made a mistake. You're going to think of, how do I prevent making the mistake? Not getting involved because it wasn't the right setup, and you're not going to take that trade, and you're not going to put yourself in a position to take a loss again in the future because you're learning from this mistake, right? And we're always learning every single day. We're human. We make mistakes. We're not perfect. We just have to learn from them, right? And so take this as an opportunity to learn from that so you don't do that again, right? And that's how I do it. And that's my mindset each and every time that I make a mistake, is it's a great opportunity for me to learn. Absolutely, Tyler. 100%. So right now, let's do a quick scan. Is there anything on SPRT? There is not. Anything with NURO? There is not. Anything with BBIG? Like I said, guys, as long as BBIG finds support at $6, it's good. I like it above 6. What happened? Selling off, selling off, selling off. Regaining $6. Coming, bouncing. Coming back down, bouncing. That is market structure. That is a double bottom with a slightly higher low. That was a great opportunity to nail the $6 entry off the double bottom. And right now, we have a lot of opportunity to the upside. $7, $8, maybe $9.50 and $10. BBIG, guys, that's what we've been talking about, right? Right now, stops are right under 6. If you nailed your entry right around that $6 mark, play stops at $5.90. Risk 10 cents on the trade and scale out little by little by little by little. So we do have BBIG with really good market structure. And if you can't see it on the 1 minute, look at it on a 5 minute or a higher time frame. Regains, double bottom, confirmation with volume, nice push over that prior high of 650 is where I think a lot of volume is going to move in, back up to the open number 1. So you at least have some room to 960. Anything over 960 and 7, watch for some nice action back up towards around $8 here on BBIG. So congratulations if you guys were watching BBIG as your back burner play. Again, market structure above 6. We got our market structure above $6. And right now it's up 50 cents a share. RHE was our ascending triangle breakout formation. We talk about this every single day. If you miss a trade, let's say you missed RHE, wait for the stock to pull back. 80% of the time, breakouts will pull back to the breakout level, retest it as support, and get the next leg up. So RHE was a perfect example of, I missed RHE out of the ascending triangle. I did not catch this move, but I'm smart. I'm disciplined. I'm not touching it. I'm not chasing it, right? I am not touching. I am not chasing, right? Wait for the stock to pull back. Look for the retest. Boom. Doji as well. Look to go long at support with stops underneath support for the next leg up. Boom. You just made some great profits. So again, don't have FOMO. Don't chase the breakouts. If you miss the trade, you miss the breakout, 80% of the time, the stock will pull back to the prior level of resistance as new support and continue off that level. So you could have literally avoided buying at $12.90, $13, $12.75. You could have waited and been a buyer below $12.50, locking in almost 80 cents a share on RHE versus chasing the breakout at 13, getting scared out at 12.33, and then watching it go into the profit. Right, guys? So we got to be smart, and we have to go about our trades the right way every single day. So RHE already pulled back. So RHE broke and already pulled back. I love the first pullback. The first pullback is the strongest and the most consistent. Breaking out, first pullback, 80-20 odds, nice move to the upside. The second pullback, you start getting lower and lower probabilities, right? The stock could pull back, right? But now you're not looking at 80-20, you're looking at like 70-30 odds. Let's say it holds and pushes and it pulls back. Now you're looking at like 60-40 odds, right? Each and every pullback gets riskier and riskier and riskier because it's due to actually reverse. So again, the first pullback is key. That's the highest probability setup with the biggest amount of reward. If you wanted to try and nail a pullback on RHE, just realize that the probabilities are 80-20. They're more like 70-30. You can look for a pullback into the prior high right around 12.98, putting stops maybe like 20 cents away, and you're looking for about 40 to 50 cents of profit, and possibly even breaking out over the the 13.50 to get that rip and run. But right now, she's not pulling back. She's going. She's going. So we're just going to continue marking up the highs. We're going to continue marking up resistance. Right now, resistance at 13.45. So if this stock, this is a scalp opportunity, right? The stock pulled back into the prior high, broke out. Pulling back into the prior high, you can get a quick little bounce back up to the previous high. So you could be looking, maybe like a $13 entry, looking to grab about 50 cents out of the trade, risking 25 cents, right? Stops would be right underneath that low point. It's a good little 2-to-1 scalp opportunity to nail the bounce back up to the highs. And if it breaks out, you're just in the green still. You're in the green, but at least your first target is a retest of those prior highs. But again, it's not 80-20 probabilities. They're about 70-30 on the second pullback. They're still profitable, but they're not as profitable as the first pullback like we saw here on RHE when it broke on out and then it pulled back, right? Broke on out, pulled back beautifully, nice push to the upside. Those are great setups. The first pullback. So we know what we're looking at on RHE. I hope you got out of ACIU at break even when we said it looks really bad. It looks bearish. It's probably going to fade down to 988. I hope you got out at break even there on ACIU because it came right down to that 988. So there's AEHR, new intraday high, still has room to $8.60. Again, waiting for the stock to pull back to the breakout level, right? Let the stock pull back to the breakout level. Look to make sure it's going to hold on up. You could definitely get a first pullback opportunity on AEHR, maybe like an 8-10-ish entry. Looking for 860, so you got about 50 cents of profit. And then risking 25 cents. Is that a good stop? Risking 20. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Because your stops would be underneath 790. So you'd have like a 788 stop, which is about 25 cents. And if you were able to nail that entry and we get the move to the 860s, you're looking about 50 cents. So it's right at a 2-to-1 on AEHR if you think the stock can continue to grind to the 860s off that decent little press release that they have. Right now, AEHR definitely possibly setting up for the first pullback for that next leg up into the 860s. Here's RHE on the second pullback team, right? First pullback, 80-20, great odds. Second pullback, you start reducing your odds, but you still have some pretty decent odds. So again, this one has to stay above like 1290. This one has to stay above 1290. You can take it for a quick bounce, a quick little 2-minute trade back up into the 1350s there, risking maybe like 20-25 cents at the most, just keeping those stops really, really tight because you do not want to see it dropping below 1290 there on RHE. BBIG, you guys are crushing it, guys. 10% on BBIG off 6. So I hope whoever was in Zoom was able to get back some profits right there on Zoom off that break back up towards around 295. So whoever was in Zoom calls that was down, I hope you were able to get out and lock in some profits there on ZM for that little bit of a break. We don't have anything on COIN. We don't have anything today on PayPal. Nothing on AMC. My bad, they're mowing my yard. Nothing today on Apple, but possibly tomorrow for a little bit of a mid-candle on Apple. And the markets are kind of just sideways today. So right now we have the opportunity right out of the gate on CRM. Looking for the AEHR pullback for the next leg up. And again, RHE off the second pullback with tight stops for about a 50 cent gain to the upside there on RHE. I'm going to mute myself again, guys. My bad. All right, team. Sorry about that. I had again, I'm selling my house, so again, I'm have to mute every now and then and get some shit taken care of. So there was your quick little trade, guys, on RHE. The retest off the prior high, back up into the 1350s. Again, retesting that prior high. That was your opportunity right there. It was a quick little scalp opportunity, and this is what I'm talking about with these second pullbacks. Right, the first pullback is usually the greatest. The second pullback, not as great odds. They still move, but then you typically sometimes see those reversals form. Right, the more pullbacks you have and the more legs up, the more odds that you're going to start seeing the reversal. And that's what we saw off that second pullback on RHE. But the second pullback was still profitable for about 50 cents a share, right? So again, it was still a very profitable little scalp opportunity there on RHE. ACIU, done for. ZEV, still trying to set on up. LEDS, I want to see this consolidate few more days, maybe in the next week for that that setup. And there was your other entry on AEHR, guys. Right? So it pulled back into that prior high, 812 entries. Stops are under 8. Right now, you can actually put your stops right underneath that low. If this is a proper pullback, it should break over the prior high and continue higher. If this stock puts in a lower high and puts in a lower low, it's most likely going to keep dumping and keep reversing. So right now, if you nailed your entry at 812, put a stop at like 810. Risk 2 cents on the trade. If you have 1,000 shares, you're risking $20. Right? Is that right? You're risking like 20 bucks, guys. All right? Put your stop in the right place. It bounced. You want to see the stock not make a lower low. You want to see the stock continue these higher lows and get that higher high. So right now, if it cracks, it's probably going to crack just like that. That's why you got to have stops in the right place. You could be out at break even on that trade, or you could have already taken some profits, maybe 20 cents. But you do not want to be in these trades when they start reversing, right? You do not want to be in these trades like AEHR when they start reversing. What did I say? If it puts in a lower low, it's probably going to dump and fade. That's why your stop needed to be right there at break even or 2 cents below break even to avoid getting stuck in something like this on AEHR. Can I take a look at RGC? Yes. Let's go look at RGC real quick. RGC. It broke over 31, guys. It broke over 31 and it hit our target at 37.50. I mean, that was the trade, guys. I mean, we said over 31, room to 37.45. It broke over 31. It pulled back to 31, and it's been trending higher since, right into our target. That's the trade, guys. That was the trade, right? I can't be 10 stocks all at once. I'll drive myself crazy. But what I can do is when we're doing our pre-market sessions, analyze these setups almost to the penny. So you can already have your stuff prepared. RHE, RGC, right? Over 31. And you could already be prepared. If you would have noticed RGC breaking and pulling back, you could have already attacked at 31 on RGC and just hit your target at 37.45 to the penny. That was the trade, guys. That was your $6 move. That's the trade. Now, let's see if it sets back up. But right now, it's already ran $6.50 into target, okay? So it's still worth watching on RGC, but that was our trade from the entry to the exit. That was our trade. We can dive back into the technicals and see if there's any other opportunity left. But right now, like I said, RGC's already done its thing. Not RGC. Yeah, RGC. RGC. My goodness, I probably need to take all of these YouTube sessions and edit out everything that I say and put together one big clip of what the fuck? Nailing the entries, nailing everything almost to the penny. What? And I know you see you guys are talking about ELYS. So ELYS receiving sports betting license. A little bit of a DraftKings competitor over here, right? Getting their sports betting license here. ELYS. Currently up right now about 17%. Nice big pop off the news above 5. In reality, support is back down at $5. At $5. That's just natural support, and we can see some consolidation and some price action around $5 as well. So $5 support, high a day resistance, right around, look at where they all connect the most, where you have at least 2-3 points. It's right around like 565-ish. Actually, we can bring that down a little bit. Run it right across those bodies, and you're going to go like a 560-ish resistance. Anything over 560, obviously high a day at 580 as well. That's when you could see this one up towards around $6. And then over 6 up towards around $6.50. So it would have some room to $6.50 if it starts taking on off. But right now, support is back down at $5, guys. Right now, we're still, oh my goodness, we still got 76 viewers and 75 likes. You guys are absolutely awesome for being here, tuning in, locking in some profits. And guys and girls, it's the last day of the month. It's the last day of month 1 of the small account challenge. It's the last day of August. We're coming into what I call the final 4, guys. The final 4 months of the small account challenge. The final 4 months of the year. We're going to call it the final 4. This is the last 4 months where we absolutely crush it, building up this nice consistency, building up this beautiful momentum to carry all of this amazing knowledge and value into next year. You guys can start taking control and being that day trader, that full-time trader that you guys probably want to be. So we're calling it the final 4. The next 4 months are going to be the most important 4 months of your career. So much education being dropped. So much opportunity in the market come into the year. We are going to attack it. Attack the market over the next 4 months, guys. And we have 4 more months of the small account. I dropped a goodie on Friday. I'm going to drop it again today for you guys. All right? For those of you that were already here, some of you, we had 10 people take advantage of it. It was a killer offer, a killer promotion. And right now, I know a lot of you guys were hitting me up saying, I did not hear about that special, Josh. I was off the live stream way before you did it on Friday. So I like to be fair. I want to be able to give that opportunity. And that's, again, the opportunity, right? For those of you that were not here around 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock on Friday when we did our giveaways and when we dropped that killer incentive, that killer promotion. So for those of you that were not here Friday, maybe you had to leave around 10:30, 11, and you missed out. Today is your last chance. The last month of August, right? Coming into month 2 of the small account challenge, into the final 4. And what I want to do is continue to offer what I offered Friday today for those of you that were not here in the stream on Friday when we started dropping all of that amazing stuff, guys. So LEDS, one big flag formation. I mean, one big flag formation here on LEDS, right? You can see that it's just consolidating, 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 consolidating. So right now, I do want you to keep LEDS on watch out of this big bull flag. It is a huge bull flag formation. It's a slow and steady mover right now. So this is an easy one to trade. Very easy. You want to continue to see this consolidate inside of this pennant, right? It's a bullish pennant, right? So again, bull flags, bull pennants, same thing, continuation patterns, breakout patterns. But right now, this is more of a bullish pennant, right? We have a big move up on increased volume. Criteria number 1, stock rips to the upside on heavy volume, followed by a period of consolidation, sideways movement on decreased volume. So criteria number 2 being met. You want to continue to see this stock get tighter and tighter, and your entry is when you see volume move in. When you see buying volume move in, breaking out of the downtrend, that's where you would like to get long, right? Stops are underneath that prior low as well. So you have nice tight stops on that trade, right? It's a slow, steady flag, right? I like these. They're easier to trade. They're not as fast. Stops underneath that low. Your targets are all the prior highs. So you have 1, 2, 3 targets. You could be looking to buy this maybe around $10.50 out of the bull flag break. Stops under $10 and at that point in time, it'd be maybe like a 10-20 stop. So you can get away with risking 30 cents and your profit target, 10.75. So it's not the best in the first target, but if you hit second target at the highs, you're talking maybe 60 cents of profit. So honestly, now that I think about it, your stop is about 30 cents, your target's 60 cents, but your target, that's your third target, right? That's your top target. You do have a target right there at that prior high, and you'd have to lock in some profits at that prior high as well. But these are bull flags. They're breakout patterns. They're continuation patterns. 80% of the time, you see the stock break out of the flag and rip and continue higher. So it's not a bad setup. It's not a bad idea here on LEDS out of a nice, big bull flag formation right now. Monica, when I'm analyzing my charts, what time frames are you reviewing? Any time frame. 1 minute, 2 minute, 5, 15, 30. I will dive into any and all time frames just to see something, right? Because sometimes you could see a 5-minute setup that you don't see on the 1 minute. Sometimes you can see a 1 hour setup that you're not seeing on a lower time frame. So be a chameleon, right? Adapt. It's okay to transition between time frames, right? Sometimes you'll spot something on a higher time frame that you don't see on a lower time frame. And the complete opposite. Sometimes you'll see something on a smaller time frame that you don't see on a larger time frame. So always kind of just sift back and forth between your time frames, right? That's what I do. I always go back and forth between time frames because sometimes I notice something on one time frame that I don't notice on another. So I use all time frames to answer your question. I will use all time frames to analyze my my stocks. Yeah, so we have bull flags and we have bullish pennants, right? So again, bull flags and bull pennants, the same thing. It all starts with a move to the upside, followed by a period of consolidation. But a flag is more in a downward fashion like that. So a flag is more of a downward fashion. It looks like a flag, right? And then you have bullish pennants where it consolidates sideways and it's more of a pennant, right? So you have a flag, it looks just like a flag, and you have a pennant, looks like a pennant. You go to a baseball game, you got your pennants, woohoo, go Yankees, yay, right? So you got flags that look like a flag, and you got pennants that look like pennants. They're bullish breakout patterns, right? So I call them flags. We got a flag, right? It's a bullish continuation pattern. It's a breakout, it's a rip to the upside, followed by that period of consolidation. 80% of the time, they break out and continue to the upside. So the stop on the bull flags are underneath the consolidation low or the lower low. So with bull pennants, you would put your stop underneath the prior low. So right now, let's say you're getting confirmation to go long. It's breaking and you're long. Your stop's underneath the prior low, right? Underneath that prior low. Because if it does break out of the bull flag, right, and you get confirmation, it probably puts in a higher high. And if it curls and puts in a lower low, that's considered bearish and it could continue lower. So stops on pennants, bullish pennants, right, are underneath the prior low. Stops on bull flags, where the stock rips up and flags like that in a downward fashion, your stops are going to be underneath the consolidation low. So if that's the consolidation low right there, that's where stops would be. And then your confirmation would be a break to the upside. So again, on bull flags, right, where it's a flag formation, right, stops are underneath the consolidation low. On bull pennants, to where it has the higher lows and the lower highs getting tight, your stops would be underneath that following low. So like right now, your stops would be at like 1024. And if this one breaks out of the flag, you have room back up to the highs at 1117. And if it's a true bull flag, if it's a real bull flag, and it's going to continue over 1117. And a lot of people will say just it's a measured move. So you go from the flag low to the pull high, right? The pull, right? The leg up from the low to the high, and you take it into the tip of the flag where it's breaking out. And that gives you an idea of a measured move, right? They say it's a measured move to the upside. So that would put you somewhere around 12 bucks, which it's natural resistance as well. So I would say over the highs, you're looking at $11.50 and $12 targets. Now, if it's strong enough, you have a lot of room to $13.39 there on LEDS. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we dive into our afternoon lesson, like I just said, I dropped a crazy killer deal on Friday. It was 20% off of chat and a free copy of the Ultimate Day Trading Starter Kit. We had about 10 individuals take advantage of that deal, of that offer. They got the free course, and they're getting chat for like $60 a month. It's insane. We had so many people take me up on that offer. I also made a post on TikTok on Friday. I had a lot of people hit me up. Josh, I didn't realize you had this promotion. I was off of YouTube. I didn't check. Can I get it? Can I get it? I said it was done Friday night. But there were so many people reached out to me saying, man, I was not in the stream. I wasn't there. I didn't realize you had such a crazy deal. I would have taken advantage of that. So what I'm going to do for those of you that were here Friday that left early, that were not here to take advantage of that, today is your last opportunity. Today's your last day to take advantage of that deal that I dropped on Friday, guys. So again, if that's something that you want, I will reactivate everything and I'll re-honor what I said I would do there on Friday. Once again, for those of you that were not here to take advantage of it. EYES is breaking out now. What's going on? We got some random stocks just starting to get some action. What's up with EYES? No news. Last press release was... Oh, here we go. We just got something that dropped. Second Sight Medical, EYES, shares spiked to session high. Not seeing news to justify the move higher. EYES, if I'm not mistaken, is a low float stock. All right? EYES is a former supernova play. This stock went from around $2 to $20. It's a lower float play on EYES. We're seeing some low float stocks just pop, right? These are what we call pump and dumps. 80% of the time we see a stock with no news, no credible reason to be moving. It pumps, traders chase the shit out of it, and then it dumps, right? Those are pump and dumps. Random midday spikes in volume. We do not want to get too excited because they typically, 80% of the time, fade and do absolutely nothing. Right now, traders are just, all right, where's the next low float stock? All right, EYES, let's go buy it up, right? Let's get traders to move into this and let's dump on them. Let's sell on them once they hype it up, right? So again, just because you see something jumping from 390 to 424 doesn't mean it's a good trade, right? Why is it moving? There's no news. EYES is a former supernova stock. All right, it's a low float. But why randomly at 11 o'clock did it get some hype? Why at 11 o'clock did it just start moving on up, right? Why wasn't it moving at 9, 10, 10:30? Why at 11 o'clock? And just random volume, out of nowhere, boom, just random volume, push the stock up. That is a typical pump and dump, guys. Now, 20% of the time, these stocks will hold up and continue to move higher. But you have to wait for the stock to prove itself. Right now, EYES hasn't had enough time to prove itself that it's still going to hold up and it still has opportunity to the upside. So right now, I'm more convinced that it's more of a pump and dump, right? So right now, I'm not touching EYES. Now, if EYES holds its gains and it doesn't dump and it sets up and it's showing that it still has strength, then once it's proven itself, then we can look for an opportunity. Nathan, what's the Friday deal? So, the Friday ridiculous deal that I presented and I offered, guys. I mean, absolutely stupid on my part, but it was 20% off the yearly plan. So 20% off the already discounted 30% puts you 50% less than what the monthly is. Right around $60 a month. $67 a month is what it is. Or it's like getting 6 months for free. Whichever way you look at it. It's either 50% off the monthly, billed yearly, or you get 6 months for free, right? So that was number one, giving you an extra 20% off, all right? And giving you a free copy of the Ultimate Day Trading Starter Kit course, the course that has over 52 chapters, the course that has over 20 hours of content. It was put together to be the elite course, but not have a $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 price tag. So it's a $2,000, $3,000 value course. You're getting thousands of dollars worth of value. Typically, it's only $249, but Friday, I said I would be giving the course away for free. So you're getting 50% off, and you're getting a free copy of a few $1,000 course. That was our Friday deal. Yeah, let me get that for you real quick. Right now, again, EYES, just be safe. Be safe. Typical, looks like a typical pump and dump, all right? ELYS, right now, again, waiting for a good setup. It's moving, but we're waiting for a good setup, guys. Right? We want to find good setups like RGC, where it takes some time to work. We get our entry, we get our target. It's an easy, low-stress trade. LEDS, breaking out of the bull flag, right back up to the high, right? We want to find good setups like LEDS. We want to find good setups like RGC. We want to find good setups like ZEV for the break of the downtrend. RHE on the first pullback. We want good, high reward, low risk, 80-20 setups. Now let's go look at ELYS. Is there a good, high reward, low risk, 80-20 setup right now at this point in time? There is not. There's not. So why are we even considering trading? We're not considering trading it. We're going to wait for this to give us that 80-20 setup. Right now, it's just high risk, high reward. Again, there's not a great, credible, amazing setup here. So right now, it's a game of patience. All right, guys. So for those of you that asked, here you are. Here is a direct link to the sign up page. Here is the coupon that you will enter to get 20% off. The second that you sign up, the second that you come through on the back end, I will get your email address that you signed up with, and I will automatically enroll you for the Ultimate Day Trading Starter Kit course. You will have immediate access to the course. You will have immediate access to the chat room, right? If you don't believe me, ask everybody else that took me up on that offer on Friday. Skylar got his course right away. Who else signed up? I don't even know if they're here today. Who else did we have sign up? We had Landon right away, got access to the course. Owen, T. Sanders. I mean, right away, within 5 minutes, you will have access to the Ultimate Day Trading Starter Kit course. Now, Landon, everybody that signed up on Friday, how you liking chat so far? How you liking the course so far? Andon saying A+. Daniel saying I won the giveaway. Yes, that's right. Daniel, yes, you did get immediate access to the course as well. So Daniel Finance won the giveaway. We just hooked up Mr. Who was it? I can't even remember. This morning, he won the giveaway from Friday. He got a free copy of the course as well. Woo! How you liking the course, guys? For those of you that have, it was Philip. Yes, it was Philip. Thank you, Landon. Landon coming in clutch. For those of you that have the course, how do you like the course? For those of you that have been in the course and watched some lessons, how do you guys like the course? Be honest with me. Be honest, right? Because if you say, hey, like, chapter 6 of the course, you didn't edit out the part where you're yelling at your daughter, I should probably go edit out the part where I yelled at my daughter in chapter 6. And that's a true story. It really is. So someone reached out to me and said, hey, chapter 6 of the course at 30 minutes in, it's when you muted yourself and you were like, be quiet, I'm recording a lesson. And I was like, oh shit, I should probably take that out. So yeah, but again, honest feedback, guys. Again, I like the feedback from you guys. So again, traders, today's the day. Today's the opportunity to take advantage of that, because I promise, right? I've been going against my word a couple times over the past couple of months, but I promise that I probably won't have anything this aggressive in the future, right? Giving away $1,000, $2,000 course and 50% off. Oh, guys, it's insane. It's just unreal. Daniel, I like it a lot. Alpha explains everything so simple a toddler can understand. Hey, man, I appreciate it. Maybe my daughter is going to be the stock trading prodigy. You know, if she would understand it, we can get her up and running by 6 years old and she'll start dominating the stock market. Catherine. Between me and you, Catherine, I got you. All right? That's between me and you. Don't tell Chris. Don't tell Beth. Definitely don't tell Casey. But between me and you, I got you. Come April, I'm going to hook you up. But don't tell Casey. You tell Casey, the deal's off. Right? Casey is going to fuck me up. Oh my gosh, she Catherine, screw Casey. Just screw him. She's not holding anything back. That's funny. Skylar, shots fired from Catherine to Casey. Where's Casey? Oh, there's Casey. Whoa. You said very crisp and clear, that close to the mic. My goodness, guys. If I were to put it that close to me all the time, I would literally not be able to see my charts. All right, traders. We're looking at, hold on. ELYS, right? ELYS, it has support at, hold on. $6.50. I'd always be like looking around the mic, like, You know what? I think right here is good. Right here, line of sight's good. Right in front of my mouth, we're good, baby. We're gravy. Hey, we got Angel joining the team. Hey, Angel, what's up? Welcome to the team and welcome to chat. She got it right on the head. She's in chat within like a couple seconds. Now, before I say, you know, she, he, because again, I met some guys that were named Angel before. Are you a woman or a man? I want to make sure before I'm like, she's here. I want to make sure that I'm not saying it wrong. Because again, I've met a few guys that were named Angel before. So I want to make sure that it's not that universal name and I'm just butchering it. Oh, see, shit. See, I knew it. All right. What's up, man? What's up? That's what I was thinking. I was like, I've met a couple Angels before that were men. I'm like, I don't know. So I'm like, let me just ask real quick. So there we go. So Angel's a man. There we go. All right. So welcome to the team, my man. All right. Welcome to the team. We're happy to have you here. We're so excited to work with you. And he made it look easy, guys. He signs up. He's in chat within 5 seconds in the chat box. Got the live stream open. My goodness. Let's go. So this goes for everybody inside of chat, not just our new members, but for everybody. Welcome to the freaking team, the best trading chat room out there, guys. We're so freaking excited to work with you and cannot wait to see you crush it in the market. My number one goal is to help you guys succeed. My number one goal is to help you become profitable and consistent in the stock market. My number one goal is not to trade my account and make big time money. My goal and my priority and my focus is my team. So I'm here to support you 100%. You guys are my focus, my priority. Use me and abuse me. That's what I'm here for. We're all here to help one another. I'm here to help you guys out. Make sure you're taking advantage of everything that we have to offer. One-on-one mentorship sessions, video lessons library, you name it, take advantage of it. I'm here to help you become successful with your trading career so you can start taking control of that life. So welcome everybody inside of chat. We got a lot of members today. So Angel, welcome. Tariq, welcome to the trading family. Welcome to the Alpha family. So let's go ahead real quick, guys, before we dive into a lesson. Let me get these brand new members a copy of their ultimate day trading starter kit. So right now, I do not want to not do it because I'll probably forget. So right now, let's go ahead and get you guys enrolled so you can take advantage and start accessing the ultimate day trading starter kit right now today. So right now, number one, got Angel. Course coming your way. So you will receive an email. And you're also an affiliate. So you love the course, you like it, and you share your affiliate link. You make 20% commission as an affiliate. Right now, Ultimate Day Trading Starter Kit enrolled. Send the welcome email and submit. Hey, there we go. We got one out. Let's work on number 2. You know what? I love my team. I love my traders. I love you guys from the bottom of my heart. So I tell you what, CS Olano. Tell you what, yes, I will. And that's how much I care about you guys. I'm not greedy. I'm not a stickler. I tell you what, the deal was Friday and today, right? I'll give you the course. I'll give you the course. Absolutely. I want you guys to be successful. So I will go ahead and set you up for a course as well. You did sign up for the yearly a month ago. I tell you what, I'll go ahead and give you a course. And don't come asking me for anything else. This is it. No more. No, I'm kidding. I'm always here to support you guys. I'm always here to support you guys. So I'll hook you guys up. Watch, I'm going to have everybody taking advantage of me. And here's the other thing, guys. I'll tell you what. If you are signed up on like monthly, if you're signed up on a quarterly, if you're signed up on a weekly, and you love the team and you want to stay and you're committed and you're going to be here for years to come, if you upgrade your plan to the yearly, I'll give you the 20% off the upgrade, and I'll give you a course as well. So if you're on anything less than a yearly and you're like, shit, I want this, right? Upgrade to the yearly, and I'll go ahead and throw the 20% in as well, and I will give you the course as well. So next, we got Tariq. Course coming your way. We got a course coming. Catherine, do you want a course? I'll hook you up, Catherine. I love you, Catherine. Catherine was the OG from day one. The OG from day one. She was like the first person in chat, and she is always crushing it. Catherine probably doesn't need the course. Catherine just is amazing. She's just crushing it. But if she wants one, I'll give one to Catherine. I like Catherine. All right, Tariq, choose your password. Enroll for the Ultimate Day Trade. Oh, she already has one. I'm sorry. You want it? You want it for free? You want another one? You want it for free? I'll hook you up. Oh, she won the giveaway. I remember. She won the giveaway, and then we did some incentives. So she's like, you know what? Just hook me up with the giveaway and the incentives come April of 2022. She's like, I'm not leaving. I'm not going anywhere. I got you, Catherine. I'm not going to forget. I'm not going to forget. I got you. Tariq, 20% as well for you. Enrolled. You are getting an email right now. Check your email. You have instant access to the course. Skylar got his course. Landon, Owen, and T. Sanders got their course. Man, courses getting out. Courses going everywhere. Courses all over the place. Next, we got Carlos. I said I'd hook up Carlos. Carlos, you owe me big time here, buddy. You owe me. What do I owe you, Josh? You owe me lunch. You owe me some Taco Bell lunch on this beautiful Taco Tuesday. You know what you owe me? I'll tell you what. You know what you owe me? You owe me nothing. You don't owe me anything. You owe me showing up and taking initiative. That's what you owe me. Showing up like you do every single day, taking that initiative. That's it. That's all I ask for. Showing up, taking the initiative, asking questions, applying yourself, and taking that initiative. That's all that I ask from each and every one of you, which all of you do. You guys are freaking awesome. So let's go ahead and make Carlos an affiliate as well. 20% enrolled for the course. And kapow! Course is coming your way, Carlos. Oh, the email's already been taken. You already have a course. Looks like you already have a course. Let's go check real quick. Let's go in here. It says the email's already been taken. Let's go ahead and search by your email. So you registered for the free one, for the free the preview. It looks like so you enrolled for the free preview. Let's go ahead and enroll you in the full course. So just like that, boom, the same email and password you used for the free preview of the halt strategy. You have just now been enrolled for the entire course, Mr. Carlos. You now have full access to that. Tacos on this beautiful Taco Tuesday. So let me finish getting these courses out there, guys, and taking care of our members real quick, and I'll be more than happy to start answering some of these questions. Closer to the mic, intenses the trade. Adam want me to check out BBIG and explain what could happen by looking at the MAs. We will definitely do that. Owen, how do we sign up for the one-on-one? Owen, so top right-hand corner. Top right-hand corner of the website. Give me 1 second, I'll show you real quick. So if you're on the website, right, you're in the chat room, so you just scroll on up, go to member dashboard, go to private one-on-one booking. That's going to take you to a button, and that's going to direct you to the calendar, and you can go ahead and schedule a one-on-one. If you are new to the chat, everything's done in your members dashboard. So member dashboard, we got our lessons library, and you have your member dashboard as well. So again, over 120 lessons inside of the video lessons library on demand for you guys. If you ever need to make changes to your email, your name, subscriptions, change your payment information, you could do all of that inside of your members dashboard. And that's all going to be located under member dashboard, under members. So accessing the chat, lessons library, your dashboard, and your one-on-one bookings. So, Owen, that's how you're going to sign up for that one-on-one, boss. So, awesome stuff. Let's go ahead and get some of these questions answered. Oh, we got a... 1 sec. Let me scroll down. I'm missing a message. Oh, that's because it logged me out again. Let me log back in real quick. All right. And we are set. Every now and then I get logged out, so I have to log back in. Alpha, well, while you're doing administration items, can a user get their chat name changed? I thought I entered it ISK for the chat name, and okay. Don't waste. So that's the only problem, is we cannot do it. Our system won't let us change usernames once they're in the system. For some reason, the backend will not let us change usernames. But I am in the works with a developer to see if we can add that functionality. Because again, a lot of people would like to change their usernames. So again, I'm working on adding that functionality. But as of right now, today, there is no way for us to change the usernames. The only way around it is to have you sign back up utilizing a different username, and then we'll refund and cancel out your old subscription. That would be the only way to make that happen. Ed, I'm finally glad I made it to the team, and I'm so happy to have you here, Ed. Ed's another OG from day one, from TikTok to YouTube, now inside the chat. Woo! We got more profits. Oh, we had Tyler in there with 285 on ZEV. Absolutely, Skylar. Absolutely. Let's go ahead and get some of these questions answered real quick. So, how do we sign up for the one-on-one? We got that. Do you do live day trading? Yes. Right? What we do here in this free session is what we do inside of chat every single day, plus some. I do afternoon commentary a few days a week. We host lessons, Q&A sessions, one-on-one mentorship sessions, lessons in the video lessons library. Again, we do what we do in this stream every single day inside of chat, plus more. And some of that you guys don't normally see because we normally shut the stream down around 9:45. But today was our free stream day. And what a profitable day. What an awesome day in the market. Absolutely crushing it. Seeing some big time profits in chat and on YouTube. Joe, I want one. I want a free course. You want one? Yeah. So I put up, so they got lost up in the top. So they did get lost up there. So I will go ahead and resend the link. And I will go ahead and resend the coupon because they did get pushed up higher up into the comments. So again, you guys are just now tuning in. There's a direct link. You use that coupon. The second that you guys get instant access to chat is the second I send you out a copy of the Ultimate Day Trading Starter Kit course. So right now, one little scan. All right, let's go ahead and answer the question from Adam. Can you please check out BBIG and help me explain what could happen by looking at the moving averages? So looking at the daily charts with those moving averages, the 50 SMA and the 200 SMA. Right now, there's no indication that, we're going to see anything move based on the moving averages, right? The 200 just kind of laying sideways. You got the 20 EMA pointing straight up because we just had 3 days of aggressive movement to the upside, and you're starting to see that 50-day curl as well. But based on that, there's not really any kind of like buying indication solely based on the moving averages. Now, if we go back and we look at LEDS and we look at a play like this, there is an indication of a bullish move based on the moving averages here on LEDS. We're getting a possible squeeze between the 20 EMA and the 50 SMA. These two moving averages are getting tighter and tighter and closer, and the price is staying inside that level, causing the stock to get tight, and then boom, you get a squeeze. Look at GRAY. GRAY from earlier on this year. GRAY was a stock that got inside of the 50 and the 20 moving average, right? It got in, it started consolidating, those moving averages gotten tighter and tighter. Price stayed in between those levels, and the price got so tight that it moved. It had to make a move. These are 80-20 setups. 80% of the time, you get pops to the upside. 20% of the time, you get the move down. But they're great odds. Great odds. It's a moving average squeeze formation on the daily. So we see GRAY back in May. We got the stock. The price was inside of those two moving averages, getting tighter and tighter until, boom, it pops to the upside. And what happened with GRAY? Boom. It popped to the upside. We made some big time profits on GRAY. You see the same thing with LEDS, right? You kind of see the same thing right now with LEDS. So let's go to LEDS today, and we see that it's in between the two moving averages. As long as it holds inside of those two moving averages, right? It doesn't quite break above the 50, doesn't drop below the 20, and it gets tighter and tighter. That's a great bullish indication that you could see that pop, that break, that squeeze out of what we call a moving average squeeze formation. 80-20 setup, high probability of being right, low risk, high reward. And I showed you guys a great example there on GRAY, right? A great example of GRAY back in May. We could see the same thing on LEDS, right? We see pretty much the same thing that could form here on LEDS over the next few days to a week. Now we go look at BBIG. We don't really have anything signaling bullish or bearish signals based on the moving average, right? The moving averages really aren't doing anything to kind of gauge a trade off of. So honestly, I'm just looking at the moving averages and they're just there, right? They're just there. Yeah, if the stock crashes all the way back down to those levels, maybe you start to see a bounce at one of those moving averages as they are levels of support. But right now, just looking at those moving averages on the daily chart on BBIG, there's nothing that stands out to me like LEDS. There's nothing that stands out to me like a potential GRAY type of trade. Right now, all we're looking at is that level of $6. That's all we're looking at is Friday spiking high and prior resistance at 6. And that's the level we're looking to see BBIG stay above. Gonzo, absolutely. We were talking about that this morning. LEDS, not only is it a good intraday day trade, and we have the bull flag set up here, we also have a possible swing trade set up on LEDS. And the first thing that I did was I added LEDS to the swing trade watch list, right? Because I want to keep LEDS on high watch because LEDS could start to form that moving average squeeze like GRAY did. Or like SUNW did last year. SUNW, another swing trade that I took off of a moving average squeeze formation. And this was a big time runner. Look at that. Stock's getting hammered. Regains. One of your moving averages gets tight, gets squeezed. In this case, it was getting squeezed between the 20 EMA and the 200 SMA. And look at that. From around $1, whoop, all the way up to $1.78. I alerted this. I took it. I made about 80%, 70% on SUNW. Again, simple moving average squeeze formation. I love these. SUNW, GRAY, right? GRAY, moving average squeeze. And we see the same thing trying to set up here on LEDS, right? So the same thing trying to set up on LEDS. You're trying to get a little bit of that moving average squeeze to get this thing going to the upside. Absolutely, Adam. You are more than welcome. So again, if you've signed up, which I see a few people that have signed up, but they're not quite active. So again, if you've signed up and you're like, what's going on? I don't see any kind of like instant access to chat. Go to your member dashboard, right? And then go ahead and complete the process of signing up. So through PayPal or through a credit card provider, and that'll give you immediate access to get logged into chat. I see we have 3 to 4 individuals that they're still pending. And if you're wondering what happened, I can't get in. It's because you have to finish the sign-up process, if you guys were wondering. We had a couple hiccups there on Friday as well, but then preceding that, going to that member dashboard, you'll be able to choose the plan. Make sure you enter the coupon, Early Bird 2021, to get that 20% off. You guys will be all set, ready to rock. So right now, it's 11:45. I want to dive into a little bit of an afternoon topic, a little bit of an afternoon lesson. I have a lot of people that reach out to me, guys, right? I have a lot of traders that reach out to me and they ask me, Josh, what is your favorite day trading setup, your day trading strategy? What is like your go-to? When you see it, you're trading it 100% of the time. What do you guys think my favorite and my go-to setup is? My strategy. What would you guys say that is my go-to? That I'm trading it 100% of the time. If I see the setup, I'm taking it. High risk, high reward, low risk, 80-20 setup. The boom, boom, bang, right? If you guys are like, what the hell is this guy talking about? We've come up with a name, right? It's called the boom, boom, bang, right? That's the way that we talk about it here. Now, it's the downtrend break, right? The downtrend break strategy. The downtrend break setup is my go-to chart formation that has an 80% plus win rate with very, very low risk and very, very high reward. So today, for those of you that are in the stream on YouTube, for those of you that are maybe new to chat or want a refreshment on the downtrend break strategy, or what we call the boom, boom, bang, we're going to go ahead and do a little bit of a topic and a little bit of a lesson walking you guys through this strategy and this setup and how to properly trade it and what to look for to make sure that you're in the right trades and it's the right setup. All right. So we're going to spend a couple minutes and we're going to talk about, once again, the downtrend break, the downtrend break setup, or what we call it, the boom, boom, bang. Again, it's just a little inside thing with Alpha guys. So again, it is a downtrend break setup. That's the first thing. That's it. That's what we're looking at right there. It is a downtrend break setup, or what we call it, the boom, boom, bang, right? So let's start walking you guys through this step by step by step, right? Breaking it down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all the way to I'm making my entry, I'm placing stops in the system, and I have profit targets. So number one, right? I would go ahead and get a piece of paper, right? Let me go ahead and do this real quick. Let me close down the chat room. It logged me out again. Being weird. All right, we're good. I'll just keep it down for now. And this is Casey's go-to as well. All right, so get a piece of paper, get a pen, right, and just put the downtrend break, right? The downtrend break. This is an 80-20 setup. That means 80% of the time, this trade will work in your favor. 20% of the time, you're going to get stopped out. This is a low risk, high reward trade. So even though it has great odds, even if you get stopped out, your stop out is minimal and your profit is really nice. At least 2 to 1s every time. 3, 4, 5 to 1, 6 to 1. I've seen 10 to 1 downtrend break setups where I'm risking like 20 cents, but I have opportunity to make like $2, right? Because these setups are so precise. These setups are so clean. These setups have great odds to work with such tight stops in such great profit. All right. So number one, the downtrend break setup. It's an 80-20 setup. That means 80% of the time, the trade should work in your favor when executed correctly, when analyzed correctly. 20% of the time, you will get stopped out. But these are very, very low risk and very high reward trades. This is my favorite setup. This is my go-to setup, guys. Okay. So number one, the stock is trending up for the day. The stock is making higher lows and higher highs, higher lows and higher highs. It's hitting new highs a day consistently, right? And we can see based on this example that I have, this stock opens up right here and it's in a nice uptrend, right? It's grinding up, hitting new highs, right? Grinding up, hitting new highs, hitting new highs, hitting new highs, hitting new highs. During this time, we can implement different strategies, right? Maybe there's a bull flag that we can take. Maybe there's an ascending triangle, a cup and handle, maybe a 5-minute reversal, maybe a pullback to the 9 EMA, right? There's a lot of opportunity during that push. During this window, there's still a lot of opportunity, right? To the upside, to the upside, to the upside. So number one, it's identifying a stock that has momentum, a stock that has strength, a stock that is moving higher, making new intraday highs consistently. High, 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 and it's grinding to the upside, right? We're waiting for the stock to pull back. So when the stock starts to pull back, we're looking for the stock to set up for a downtrend break. So number one, what is that? Stock is in a solid uptrend, right? So stock in a solid uptrend, hitting newer highs consistently, right? It's a high of the day momentum stock, right? It's a stock that's hitting consecutive highs a day, right? It's in an uptrend. It's grinding up, hitting highs, hitting highs, hitting highs. That's number one. Number two, you wait for the stock to reverse, right? So at some point, the stock's going to reverse from uptrend to downtrend, right? How often do you see a stock just go straight up and not correct and not pull back and not sell off, right? There are going to be traders taking profit. At some point, traders are going to take profit. It's going to come down and make a lower low. Even more traders are going to take profit. And then you're going to see those slight bounces with more profit taking. Slight bounces with more profit taking. Until it comes down to a level that traders want to rebuy that for the next leg up. So again, number one, the stock's in a great solid uptrend hitting new highs. Number two, you spot a reversal, right? So you see a reversal on the stock. And so right here, you see that the stock double topped, right? The stock just double topped. Let's go ahead and grab a tool right there. You can see that the stock right there double topped. Wouldn't you guys agree? And then it made a lower low, right? It made a lower low right there. That's when that stock made a little bit of a lower low. If I can get this thing to work, right? So there was the low right there. There was a low. There was a double top, and right there, it put in a little bit of a lower low, guys, right? So this stock has reversed. It had higher highs, higher lows. Higher highs, higher lows. Higher highs, higher lows. Finally was not able to put in a higher high. In this case, maybe it was a double top, maybe it was a lower high, and it was followed by a lower low. And you see the lower low right there, set in right there, right? There's your lower low on the chart. So all you're doing is next, right? You've identified, number one, the stock's in a solid uptrend. Number one. Number two, the stock's reversed, right? Whether that's a double top, whether that's a lower high, regardless of how the reversal starts, but you see the reversal. And the reversal is confirmed when you start setting in lower lows. So number two, you spot the reversal. Number three, you identify a good level of support. You identify a key level of support, right? That's number three. So in this scenario, we're going to go ahead and say that prior high right here is support, right? We're going to say that that black line is support off that prior high. And let's go ahead and say that we were able to gauge another level of support. Let's say it's a 50% fib retracement as well. So when we're analyzing levels of support, we want to find multiple separate reasons that it's support. We don't just want to see that it was resistance one time, so now it's going to be support. We want to see it was resistance, which could be support. It's also a 50% retracement, which traders like to get involved at the 50%. And then let's say that the VWAP's underneath that as well. So now not only do you have the prior high resistance as possible new support, you also have the 50% fib retracement level that traders utilize as support. And to top it off, let's say you had the VWAP underneath that level as well to help hold the stock up as support as well. You've identified multiple separate reasons that level is a good level of support. And so for this example, let's say that level of support is $4, right? Let's say that that level of support is $4, right? And let's say it just came off those highs, and those highs was $5 for this example. And let's say it started moving around $3. So it opened at 3, grinding, all the way to $5. It starts to reverse. You identify $4 support, multiple separate reasons. Now you wait, right? So number 3 was identifying that level of support, right? Number 4, wait. You wait. What are you waiting for? Well, you're waiting for the stock to hit a high and then sell off again in the downtrend. So again, the stock hit the high at 5 right there. All right, let me go ahead and actually clear some of this shit out real quick. Let me try and clear some of this out real quick. Is there a way to like completely get rid of something that you've drawn up without erasing the whole thing? I have no idea. I'm going to try and get that little black box out of here so you guys can see it. I need one of those pads to where I can draw on the pad and I can go through and erase it. Like, I need one of those pads as much as I draw. So again, the stock hit the highs and it started selling off, right? We can see the stock is now in a downtrend. Eventually, it's going to bounce. Eventually, that stock is going to bounce. And when it bounces and when it puts in that high and it makes a lower low and it continues the downtrend, you can, at that point in time, draw a downtrend on the play. You go up to the high. That's going to be considered your point 1. Point 1 is where you start the downtrend. Point 1. Point 2 is where you can connect the downtrend and run it out to the right. So you have to have 2 points. You have to have 2 highs, right? That's number 5. You're waiting. But as you're waiting, you're trying to connect your 2 highs. So in this scenario, in this example, you start the trend line at the high. You connect it at that lower high. Right? So you now have 2 points established. You run it out to the right. The stock's still in the downtrend. Downtrending. Let's say it comes down to that level of support and it bounces and it gets rejected off point 3. That's awesome. That's what you want to see. You want to see the stock downtrending. Point 2, you have a downtrend drawn. Coming down to that level of support, bouncing into point number 3. So now you have 3 points. Point 1 is where you started it. Point 2 was the connection. Point 3 was validating that traders are looking at this downtrend as resistance, right? You don't know that traders are validating it yet until it hits point 3. Why is that? Well, point 1, you can't do anything. That's just a high. Point 2 is when you connect it. So you don't know that it's being respected until you hit point number 3. And when you see the stock come down to that level of support and it bounces and you see it get rejected at point 3, you know traders right away are respecting the downtrend because it was validated on point 3. That tells you that traders are respecting it. So again, we know what number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is, right? You're looking for the stock to downtrend. You want to connect point 1 and point 2 and extend your downtrend out to the right. And what you want to see is the stock continue the sell off, bounce at support into point number 3. And you want to see it get rejected. You want to see it get rejected. Now, every now and then, the stock is strong enough and it breaks on point 3. And that's fine. You can take it for a break. Scalp it real quick, right? Every now and then, that stock will break on point 3. But the 80-20 setup, the low risk, high reward setup, the high odds setup is looking for it to get rejected off point 3, come back down to support, and start to break on point 4. You want to see it back down at support and start to break on point 4. Right there. You want to start to see that stock breaking on out, right? Why is that key? Well, number one, you're getting market structure off support. It just double bottomed. That's a W. That's market structure, right? Number two, it could be a higher low. That shows that buyers are moving back in. You have some more momentum, that it held a higher low. And now it's breaking point number 4, and the trend line has already been respected on point 3 and already been validated on point 3. So now that it's moving through the downtrend, traders look at that as a buy signal. So you have valid support, the stock established market structure off support. You have a validated downtrend. Now the stock is moving through the downtrend on point 4. And then last but not least, you want to see that occur on volume, right? You want to see that break of the downtrend, have a pop and an increase on volume. That's where you're looking to make your entries. You're looking to make your entries right when that stock breaks. That's where you want to make your entries, right there, right? Where's your stop loss? Someone tell me, where would your stop loss be on the downtrend break setup? Well, it's already on the screen. Shit. It's already on the screen. So you know what you're waiting for, right? Number one, the stock's in an uptrend. Number two, you spot the reversal. Number three, right? You identify the downtrend, you connect your points and run it out to the right. You identify proper support, multiple separate reasons. Number four, you wait. You wait for the stock to play out, right? Number five, you get the double bottom off support. You see volume pushing, right? You see price and volume pushing through the downtrend on point number 4. That's where you make your entries. Stop losses are right below that level of support. So for this example, $4 was support. Let's say this was a 410 entry. Let's say you got your entry at 410. Your stop loss is right below 4. So your stop loss right there is what? $3.90. So right here, you are risking 20 cents. That's your risk. You got your entry at 410, supports at 4. You're putting your stops at 390 based on this example. Your stop loss is 20 cents. What's your top target? What's your final target on this trade? Your final target on this trade is a retest of those prior highs of $5. So you know that your final target, right, is going to be 90 cents to the upside. You entered at 410. You're risking the 20 cents below that level of support. And your final profit target is a retest of those highs before it started its downtrend, which is right around $5. So you have a final target, right, of $5, which is 90 cents, right? 90 cents is your final target. What is that, guys? That's almost a 5-to-1 setup, right? A 5-to-1 would be $1 a profit. You're getting 90 cents. So that's a 4.5 to 1 setup. So you're looking to make 4.5 times the amount of your loss, right? Again, a high probability setup, a powerful setup, a setup that works 80% of the time. Great odds with high reward and low risk. You're risking in this scenario, right? Again, it's always going to be different. But again, for the concept of this lesson and this topic, we're trying to keep it simple. Sometimes it could be 50 cents of loss, but you have $2 of upside potential. Sometimes it could be $1 risk, but you have $4 of upside potential, right? You're always going to have much lower risk in comparison to your target, right? It's always going to be at least a 3-to-1, 4-to-1, 5-to-1 setup. 80% of the time, these setups are big reward setups. They're high risk reward setups, right? Again, 4.5 to 1 based on this example. You're looking to make 90 cents, and again, you're risking 20 cents. But you do have other targets, guys. You do have multiple targets. And your multiple targets are those prior highs. So when you hit those prior highs, you lock in a little bit. You bring your stop to break even. You lock in a little bit. You bring your stop up. So as this stock breaks, point 4, you'll probably see it run up to point number 2. You lock in profit. You'll probably see a little bit of profit taking. It'll pull back. Hold the prior high as support. Run up to your final target. So again, that's it. It's that simple. To recap, number 1, you're identifying a stock that's in a solid uptrend. It's making higher highs and higher lows. It's grinding to the upside, hitting consecutive new highs of the day. That's number 1. You've identified the stock is grinding to the upside. Number 2, you spot the reversal. The reversal is when the stock makes a lower low and it starts a downtrend. right? Number 3, identifying your level of support. Where's the best level of support and why? Multiple separate reasons. In this scenario, it was $4 based on the prior high, based on a Fibonacci retracement and the VWAP, right? We have multiple separate reasons we've identified $4 being support. So you identify your level of support, right? And then once you you establish your downtrend. You need to have 2 points, the highest point and the lower high. And once you have those 2 points established, you can run your downtrend out to the right, and then you wait. And what are you waiting for? You're waiting for the stock to come down to support and bounce. Hit point number 3 of the downtrend and get rejected. Why? Because that's showing and proving to you that traders are respecting that line you have drawn up. Trend lines are subjective. But if you see it hit point 3 to the penny and sell back off, you already know that traders are respecting the downtrend that you have drawn up. It gives you more confidence that if it breaks the downtrend, other traders are seeing the break as well, that they're going to move into the play. They're going to move into the stock. It's going to break. It's going to rip. It's going to run, right? So you identify your downtrend and you wait for point 3 to get hit. You wait for the stock to get rejected off point 3 and come back down and double bottom off your level of support. And then lastly, you want to see the stock, the price, pushing through the downtrend on point 4, breaking over the downtrend, not getting rejected, not showing signs of resistance or signs of struggle. The stock is pushing through the downtrend on point 4 with increased volume. So you have market structure. You have a double bottom. You're breaking the validated downtrend on point 4. Other traders are already looking at the downtrend because it's been validated on point 3. So now you see market structure off support, which is the double bottom. You see the price and the stock moving through the downtrend, right? On an increase of volume, that signals an entry. You get long. Your stops are right below that floor of support. In this example, $4 was support. So you put your stops at $3.90, $3.95, $3.98. You put your stops right below that low because that stock could falsely break out. It could pop and false breakout. And you risk 10, 20 cents. Big deal, right? But 80% of the time, when that stock breaks out, it's going to rip to point number 2, which is the prior high. You're going to see a little bit of selling. You see a little bit of, profit taking. You're going to get that higher low, and you're going to see that continuation, most likely into point number 1, which is a retest of those highs. Okay? So again, that's what you're looking for. Step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? You know what you're looking at. You know what you're waiting for. You know the confirmation. You know how to make your entries. You know where your stops should go. And you know how to take profits, right? At the prior highs. Look left at all those prior highs. Take profit, take profit, take profit, hit final target, lock it in, solid 3-to-1, 4-to-1, 5-to-1 setup. Now let's go find a real-time example, a real-life stock that's set up for a downtrend break. And I want to show you guys in real life how these actually work out. All right, do we have any great downtrend break examples today, team? Do we have any great downtrend break examples? Yep, so when you're connecting your downtrend off the prior highs, right? And when the stock starts to move back up, those prior highs tend to act as resistance. So when it breaks the downtrend off support and it goes back into those prior highs, right? Those levels are levels that traders look to take profit. So that's why you should look to take profit as well, all the way back up for a retest of the highs. It's happening to ZEV right now. Let's go look at ZEV. So not a textbook downtrend break. We want to see a stock that's consistently grinding, consistently hitting high a day, high a day, high a day, high a day, high a day. Then it reverses and starts selling off. This one right off the bat just started selling off. So ZEV wouldn't be like the textbook example for the downtrend break. Coin. Another one that's not in a consistent uptrend. Let's go find a stock that's been in a consistent uptrend. ELYS, right? Look at ELYS. This stock has been in a consistent uptrend. High a day, higher low. High a day, higher low. High a day, higher low. High a day, it just reversed, right? How do we know it reversed? It didn't put in a higher high. and it didn't, and it put in a lower low. So it did not put in a higher high, and it put in a lower low. This stock's in a downtrend. You start with point number 1, right at the high. You connect it to point number 2, and you extend it to the right. So again, number 1, we just identified the stock's in an uptrend. Number 2, we see the reversal. Number 3, we identify our 2 points to draw a downtrend. Now we're trying to identify the best level of support. So right here, I see good support off prior resistance at 559 and the pullback low, right? So there is old resistance, new support, right around 559. Definitely a good little level. Can we do anything else here to identify more separate reasons that's a good level of support? Well, let's take a fib off this level from where the move started all the way up to the highs. And honestly, you probably want to take it from the low of day. So probably wanting to take it down towards around when that volume really started to move in. You can see we had a high, we had a low, it grind, it broke. So I'm going to go underneath that low right there. I think that's the best spot for it, underneath that low before it started to grind and pop. And okay, so look at that. So drawing our fib, we can also see that it's a 50% retracement. So not only are we right at old resistance, and we had that pullback after breaking resistance, but we also are right around a 50% fib retracement. So now what do we want to see? What do we want to see on ELYS if this is going to be a great downtrend break, guys? So we have point number 1. We have point number 2. And it's in a downtrend. Right into support. We want to see the stock bounce up and reject off point 3. That's going to tell you that this downtrend is being respected from traders, right? You want to see a slight pullback, a double bottom into point number 4. You want to see that occur on better volume. You want to see volume increase, right? And if this starts to break point number 4, that's where you could look to make your entries. Stops are right underneath the low. And where's your targets? Well, your target is point number 2, right around $6. Your next target is where you started the downtrend, $6.40. Identifying the break, where could you probably get an entry? Maybe right around 570. So maybe you get confirmation to buy at 570. So that's your entry. What's your first target? $6. What's your final target? $6.40. So right there, you just identified your entry. If you get the setup, there's your entry, maybe right around 570 with a first target and a final target at 6 and 6.40. Where would your stops be? Well, that low is at 560. If it pops to point 3, comes back down to double bottoms, your stops are right underneath that low, so at 560. So your risk on this is $5.60. So look at that. You're risking maybe 10 cents a share, right? If you get the 570 entry and that's when it confirms, your stops are underneath that low at 560, so you're risking maybe 10 cents. Your first target is 0.30 cents. So right there is a 3-to-1 setup. And then your next target is 6.40, which is a what? That's an 80 cent, not 70 cents. That's a 7-to-1. So your first target, guys, you're at least at a 3-to-1 setup. Your final target, if it breaks over that prior high and it rips up to the high of day and retests, that's 70 cents. So this has potential to be a 7-to-1. But at least at your first target, you have a solid 3-to-1 setup, right? So again, beautiful setup, beautiful trade, potential on ELYS. Now we wait. Now you wait, guys. You got to wait for it to set up. They're not always going to set up, but when they do set up, that's when you can attack. And honestly, I don't think it will set up. I'm going to be completely honest with you. I don't think it's going to. Why is that? Because I haven't seen the stock bounce and then shoot right up into the trend line. So the stock dumped, point number 2. Stock came right down into support. You wanted to see it bounce right up and then back down and then break and then make its leg on up. So honestly, it's looking weak. It's kind of just slowly moving to that level. Just kind of slowly coming down, not really seeing that proper bounce. So honestly, I don't think ELYS would be a great proper downtrend break setup. It had the potential. We identified it. We drew our downtrend. We identified support, multiple separate reasons, but based on the price action and how it's reacting around that level, I don't think ELYS is really going to get that downtrend break setup. I think it's going to just slide through that level of support. And it just slid through the level of support. So can we identify more levels of support? Is this still a possibility? So we'll continue to run our downtrend out to the right. will continue to pull our support level down into other levels of support. Now you have these prior lows right around the 61.8 fib as well. But honestly, I don't think this is going to be the go-to, right? I don't think this is going to really set up for a downtrend break, but it could. So we need to keep it on watch. Is there another opportunity here? You leaving? Okay, I love you too. See ya. So is there another opportunity in the market? Is there another good example here in the market? So let's see. RGC, no. LEDS, that was a flag. ZEV, no. RHE, no. BBIG, no, because it's not in a consistent uptrend, right? You want to see a stock, ideally, that's uptrending throughout the day. Uptrending, uptrending, uptrending. What about some stocks we had yesterday? I think there was a downtrend break that we called out in the live stream early in the day. And I'm pretty sure we took it. What ticker was that on? It wasn't GSAT, because GSAT yesterday was more of a falling wedge, right? That was a falling wedge formation. So it wasn't really a go-to downtrend break. The KPLT? It was KPLT, right? So look at that. KPLT, right? Number one, stocks in an uptrend, hitting highs, hitting highs, hitting highs. You see it finally reverse, right? It puts in a lower high and it puts in a lower low. So number one, we identified KPLT was in a consistent uptrend, putting in consecutive higher lows and higher highs, higher lows and higher highs. And at some point, it's going to reverse. At some point, you're going to see some profit taking. So right here, you see the lower high. Right here, you see the lower low. Right? Now what do? You identify levels of support and resistance. So I'm marking up all my levels. It could come back down at 462. Could be right there around 489. It could be right there around 507. All I'm doing is marking up my levels of support, and I'm waiting. And I'm waiting to be able to actually draw the downtrend. So see, it's just still selling off, selling off, selling off. Eventually, it bounces. Point number two. At this point in time, we can draw our downtrend. Wouldn't you guys agree? At this point in time, we can go to those highs, and we can go ahead and draw a downtrend on the play, and we can go ahead and extend it to the right. Now we're waiting for the stock to come up and get rejected off 0.3 after it bounced off a level of support. So we're waiting. We're waiting. We have 462 drawn up. 462 support. We're waiting. We're waiting. There's there's 462. There's 0.3. So right here, we see that it came very close to 462. It came to 466, right above a level of support. It's not always going to occur right to the penny. It's not always going to be right to the penny, guys. It has to form at or near a level of support. And where's our support level drawn? 462. Where did it bounce before going into point number 3 of the downtrend? 466. At or near a level of support. About 4 cents away. So it bounced off support, and it hit point number 3. And at this point in time, I think we were adjusting our downtrend. Were we not? I think we were adjusting our downtrend at this point in time, saying, you know what? It may not be off the wicks, right? Because trend lines are subjective. It may actually be off the bodies. So at that point in time, we were going off the bodies, right? Going off the body, connecting, and we were still extending that out to the right. So let's go ahead and extend it out to the right. So what we have, and again, trend lines are subjective. Sometimes you're going to run off the wicks. Sometimes you're going to run them off the candle bodies. I tell you what, just because you have a trend line drawn doesn't mean you're going to keep it that way. I adjust my trend lines pretty actively. Anytime that I see that I need to make small changes to where my downtrend or uptrend should be, I'll go back through and I'll readjust it throughout the day because they're subjective. Some traders use the wicks. Some traders draw lines off the bodies. Some mix the two. They're very subjective. You're not supposed to mix the two. You're only supposed to go with bodies or wicks, not both. But some traders, they do mix the two. They're very subjective. So you have to be willing to kind of alter those little by little. So what do we see? We see KPLT come down very close to support 462. It actually put its bottom in right there at 466. So what we're waiting for is the stock to either double bottom, hold above 466, or put in a slightly higher low and break on point number 3. We have point 1 right off those highs. Point number 2 right there. Point 3 showing that it's being respected. Now we're waiting for the higher low or the double bottom. We're starting to watch for price to move through the downtrend on point 4 with an increase in volume, right? And that's going to solidify an entry. But right here at this point in time, you know where your stop is if you take the trade. What? How do you know, Josh? What? I haven't even got my entry. How do I know where my stop is? Because you're smart, you're prepared, you're professional. If you get the confirmation to go long and it does double bottom and puts in a higher low, where's your stop loss going to go, guys? Your stop is underneath that level of support. So right here, you could go ahead and place a stop if you get the signal to go long, maybe at like 464. So right here, let's go ahead and mark up our stop loss as red. You already know that if it comes down below this low point, right, that's where your stop is. So right now, you're waiting for your entry. You're waiting. Right there. It breaks, and you have a slight increase in volume, right? I got to really blow this up. So right there, right? Let me go ahead and blow that volume up a little bit. So right here, you're waiting. You already know where your support level's at, 466. You know where your stop loss is. Let's say it's 463. And let's see when you get confirmation for an entry. And before you even get confirmation for an entry, you got to think targets. Where are your targets, right? Where are your targets? Well, targets are all of the prior highs. So targets are going to be these purple lines. So right here, you have a target of 489. You have a target of 527. You have a target back up off those highs of 566. So all of these purple lines, okay? All of those purple lines are going to be all of your targets. So you already know where your targets are at. You already know where your stop loss is. Now you're just waiting for the stock to confirm to make an entry. And before you even making an entry, you have an idea of what your entry is going to be. You have an idea of where your stop is. And you have an idea of your targets to identify, is it a 2-to-1, 3-to-1 setup? So at this point in time, it's safe to say that I would probably catch an entry at like 480, right? So at 480, I know that if it breaks, I probably catch an entry there at 480. My stop loss is at 463. That's 18 cents, right? Looking to make about 18 cents. And my first main target, back off that second point, is about 46 cents. So I'm risking 18 cents to make 45 cents. So that's a little over a 2-to-1, right? A little over 2-to-1. If you hit final target, you're looking at 84 cents. So now you're looking at what? A 4-to-1 to 5-to-1 setup. So a 5-to-1 setup if you get top target, at least a 2.5-to-1 setup if you hit your first target right there at the prior high. So what happened? Right there at that point in time, what happened with KPLT, right? The stock's putting in that higher low. You've identified where your stop's at. You've identified your targets, and you know right around the price that you're going to get filled, right? And you're waiting for that volume. Look at that. Breaks over, quick little pop in volume. It runs right up, boom, straight up. Pulls back a little bit, consolidates, comes back down, still trying to hold, consolidating little by little. And it took forever. See, and this one didn't play out aggressively right off the bat. But it ended up getting the target, guys. I mean, it took forever, right? Again, me as a trader, you guys know me. If I was in for the downtrend break, what am I doing? I'm scaling. Even if I'm not hitting targets, I'm not greedy. Just because the stock doesn't hit target doesn't mean I'm not going to sell and take profit. I'm not greedy. If I'm in the green, I'm going to start trimming. I'm going to start scaling out. I'm going to start locking in profit because the last thing I want to do is be up 30, 40 cents a share on, say, 1,000 shares, $400, just to watch it come all the way back down and break me even or stop me out of the trade. I'm taking profits. But if you're the type of trader that I built my plan, 480 entry, stop loss at 465, and I'm going to wait to sell until it hits 527 and then until it hits 566, then that's okay. And if you would have done that, it would have taken you all freaking day. It would have taken you from around 1 o'clock, and you would have held this thing into after hours just to hit your targets. But you see, a stock that's in a solid uptrend, hitting highs, starts to pull back, starts to form a downtrend, right? Point 1, point 2, point 3. Higher low, market structure, volume break through the downtrend, pops on up. It took forever, but it ended up getting that nice big move. Honestly, these trades, I expect to see them work out pretty quick. The reason why this stock didn't really get that hype and that action and that continuation move to the upside right away is because it was the timing. It was 1 o'clock in the market. What's going on at 1 o'clock in the market? Traders are eating. Traders are on lunch, right? Lunch is the hardest time to trade because there's a lack of volume. So honestly, it was the timing, right? If this would have happened at 10:30 or 11 o'clock, I promise it probably would have hit 527 and 566 much faster. It was lunch. But as traders started to come back into the market, they were still interested on KPLT. And it made an initial pop. It had a nice, good move. This is my go-to setup, guys. That is my go-to setup on KPLT, right? I love the downtrend breaks, 80-20 setups. They're easy to trade. They're low risk. They're great reward. Don't get me wrong. It's not like you're always going to hit targets, right? Targets are great places to get an idea of when you want to sell. Just because you have a target doesn't mean it's going to hit your target. But if you can identify your stop, your targets, and it's at least a 2-to-1, 3-to-1, 4-to-1, the higher the better, and you can come into the trade knowing that you have opportunity. It has potential to be a 3-to-1, 4-to-1, 5-to-1. It's a good trade. Doesn't mean you're always going to hit targets, right? But at least you have the opportunity to get to those targets. Now, in this case, I probably would have been scaling out around $5. It broke over 5. It dropped back below 5. I probably would have been taking my profits on that trade, 20, 25 cents just to lock it up. I wouldn't have ever held it all day. But if you would have been the type of trader to say, you know what, I have a good entry, I like it, I love it, I'm going to hold it until I hit target, you would have hit targets on KPLT. So again, I'm quick to take profits, guys, because I cannot tell you how many times as a trader, I'm like, here's my entry, here's my stop, here's my target. Plan your trade, trade your plan. And that was my mindset. Plan your trade, which I'm not taking that away. Plan your trades, guys. Plan your trades. But do I always trade my plan? No, because things change all the time. There's always going to be something different every second, every minute. Just because you have a plan that says, hey, I'm going to take profit at 527, doesn't mean you're going to hold it to 527. What if you see a double top? What if you see a big, nasty red candle? What if you see hidden selling, right? There's so many unforeseen variables in the market. And at that point in time, when you're making your entry, you don't know when those unforeseen variables are going to start presenting themselves. You don't know. You have to be a chameleon. You have to adapt. You have to continue to read the chart. Look at the volume, price action. Are we oversold? Are we overbought? Is there hidden selling? Is there a large seller at 5? Is there 100,000 shares looking to be sold? We don't have enough buyers to get through 5. You're going to start thinking of all these things. And you're going to say, you know what? I'm up 30 cents. I wanted 527, but I'm up 30 cents. I think I can get another 30 cents, but I see a lot of selling pressure at $5. I don't know if it's going to break $5. I'm up 30 cents. I could get another 30, but with all this selling pressure and all this, hidden, whatever the case is, it's like, I don't want to be greedy. I'm up 30 cents. I'm in the green. The last thing I want to do is be greedy, not take profit, and get stopped out at break even or lose money, right? Because I see this selling. I didn't think I was going to see this kind of selling, but now I am seeing it, right? Let me go ahead and think about locking in profits. Let me go ahead and get paid, right? And that's my mindset. I build my trade plans. I have an entry. I have a stop loss. I have targets, right? And I will trade my plan as long as I can, right? That rhymed. I will trade my plan as long as I can. But every now and then, I tweak my plan. I don't tweak where my stop loss goes. I'm not taking my stop further away. The only time I change my stop is to bring it closer to the current price or to break even or above. So I'm never editing or changing my plan to take my stop loss further away. I'm editing, when am I going to take profits? Should I go ahead and bring my stop up? Should I scale out, right? I'm tweaking it. I'm changing it to only put myself in the best position possible to make sure that I'm always locking in profits, right? So again, I trade my plan for as long as I can. I always build my plans 100% of the time, and I trade them as long as possible. And if I ever see something that's concerning to me, if I'm like, I just don't know if it has the potential to get to my target, I'm not going to be greedy and not sell and take profits. I'm going to go ahead and say, you know what? I have money on the table. The market's given me an opportunity to take money from it. So I'm going to take advantage of that opportunity, and I'm going to pull money from the market before it possibly stops me out. All right, guys? So again, nice little lesson on my favorite strategy, one of my favorite approaches in the market, the downtrend break or the boom, boom, bang, right? Breaking it down very simple with my nice paint tool. I think someone's like, bring out the box of Crayolas. I got the 8-pack of Crayolas. A nice little representation, visually appealing, kind of breaking things down on the paint, and then finding a real life example of a real life stock that actually had the setup and how you could have looked to build your plan to made your entry, where your stops would have went, how you had great targets overhead. Eventually you would have hit targets, but how I would have traded this and how I probably would have been taking profits 20, 30 cents higher. All right. So again, I hope you guys enjoyed this little breakdown. I hope you guys enjoyed our afternoon lesson on the downtrend break. All right. Breaking everything down from step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, to identifying your downtrend, to identifying support, to having multiple separate reasons to take the trade, the confirmation that you need to see to get the trade, where you're placing your stops, how you look at targets, and how you properly trade this setup. Great lesson. I hope you recorded this. Casey, I did. That is a 40-minute lesson. 40 minutes, and it'll be uploaded into the video lessons library this evening, guys. So if you guys didn't catch it all, you guys are tuning in late, I will have this uploaded and edited in the video lessons library this evening. Guys, I have a lot of lessons to record or to edit. I have so many, and my computer's so slow to render these out. Like, it's a 30-minute lesson. I only have to chop the end, like the very end and the very beginning. And it takes an hour to render. And it takes another 30 minutes to upload. So for one 30-minute video, it takes me an hour and a half to get it uploaded. So I have like 10 different lessons that I have to get to, but I may hire somebody to do it for me in the back end. So with that being said, I have a lot to get uploaded, but they will be uploaded, team. All right. So again, downtrend break, how to trade it, the criteria, what you're looking for, and how to properly build those plans and manage those trades. Traders. So right now, before we dive into lunch, guys, what do we have going on? ELYS broke on 0.3, right? So it was a break. It did move. These are 80-20 setups. Breaks on 0.3, like 60-30, right? 60-30. When you get the proper downtrend break setup like we just talked about, that's when you have really good odds of that trade really working in your favor and getting a really nice rip and run, because it's giving you that market structure, right? It's giving you that bottom, that W, that market structure. It's proven that this is the level of support. And that's why you have high probability. So ELYS broke its downtrend, right? And that's a great trade, but it wasn't a textbook downtrend break setup on 0.4 with market structure. So again, you can still take these trades. They're still low risk. They're still high reward. But again, they're not as accurate, right? They're not as consistent. Maybe 70% of the time they actually work out, right? But the downtrend break, I mean, Casey would even say like 85% of the time they work, right? I don't think of any setup being more than 80%. They're 80-20 setups at the most. Like Casey said, like he's taking these a lot. That's his favorite trade now. And he's got like a 90% win rate. So honestly, the downtrend break could be that one strategy that surpasses the 80-20. Right? Because I do have high success with the downtrend break setups. So right now on ELYS, it has room back into the prior high, right? Broke the downtrend. Where's your first target? Into the prior high. Breaking over the prior high around 6. Where's your next target? Back off those highs where you started your downtrend. So right there around $6.40. So again, if you took that trade, you're hitting first target. This is when you lock in half of your position and you then bring your stop loss up to break even. So if you had your stops under those lows, you're now bringing your stop up to where you got filled. And right now, you just continue to take profit and scale as the stock grinds to the upside. RGC already broke and hit targets. So right now, nothing left there. LEDS broke out of the flag right to the high of the day. I still think this is a better swing trade than a day trade on LEDS. So we're definitely going to be keeping that one on watch. And right now it is lunch, team. Right now it is lunch. We have a lot of, slow activity in the market, right? A lot of slow activity in the market. RHE. So again, nice consistent uptrend. Now we're starting to form this downtrend. Let's clear everything out here on RHE. Let's clear everything out. We see it's getting a little choppy on a 1 minute. Let's go ahead and throw it on a 2 minute. Clean it up here a little bit. And let's go ahead and just run a downtrend on the trade. Go ahead and run a downtrend here. And let's see if it ever sets up for a possible break of its downtrend. Now we're identifying support. Now we can see that we maybe have some support right around like 1132. Pre-market resistance, intraday support. So I would say 1132 is a really nice level. And it's actually looking like it's getting that nice big drop into that level of support. So I do like RHE for a possible downtrend break. Right here you have point number 1. Right there you have point number 2. Stock is in a downtrend. Coming down to that level of support. Seeing it bounce into point number 3. Seeing it get rejected. Pull back, higher low, double bottom. You start to see it in the point number 4. Stops are underneath that low. And you have target at point 2. Target up towards the highs. And you would look to see the stock slowly grind and hit your targets. RHE, apply what you learned today. If you see it set up, breaking everything down beautifully, the criteria is being met. Build your plan, identify your stop loss, identify your targets. Look to take this long for a possible downtrend break on RHE. But right now, it's a little too early to tell. You got to see it come down and bounce off support, get rejected off point 3, pull back, and then you can start thinking about taking an entry there on RHE. All right, so with that being said, traders, BBIG over $6 still looks good. We had that $6 confirmation for a nice 10-15% push to the upside. RHE, we just talked about it. We know what's going on there. ZEV just doesn't have a lot of volume and a lot of height towards it. LEDS, a better swing trade than a day trade. We had a good day trade opportunity. We took it. Right now, I think it's a better swing trade than anything. RGC already set up and hit targets. And ELYS broke the downtrend on point 3. It hit first target, looking to get to second target up towards around 640. So I actually had 566 drawn up, right? So I was looking right around that 50% fib retracement and off of those prior highs and prior lows. So right there. So I was actually looking at this, having a 50% fib retracement right around 561, which was a prior intraday high resistance. We broke above that level. We pulled back and retested as support and then shot off that level. So we have old resistance, number 1, old support, number 2, 50% fib. Stock came down, bounced, broke the downtrend on point 3, 70-30 setup, right? 70-30. Right? They're tradable. They're low risk, high reward, but I like those 80-20 solid boom, boom, bang setups that we just talked about. But yeah, so you see that it came down and it held support, broke the trend line. Even if you made entries at the break with volume confirmation, you would have gotten filled at like, let's say 570. Stops would have been at 550, risking 20 cents. And your first target would have only been 30 cents away though. But your final target would have been a 3-1 there on ELYS. And this one still has room to get back up to that 640. So again, over lunch traders, right? We're going to go to lunch. We're going to have some fun. We're going to disconnect here. ELYS up to 640. Right now, support right around 6. RGC, I don't really see too much happening with this one today. And then RHE is the one that I would put the most focus on, right? So it's between ELYS, right? ELYS has a lot of momentum and a lot of height behind it. It's getting a lot of nice action to the upside. RHE has been a stock that's been trending higher throughout the day. We're starting to see it sell on off. Traders are taking profit. But if this one ever sets up for a downtrend break, you best be ready to go here on RHE because it has room all the way back up to first target, point number 2, right around $13, and then back up towards around those highs, right around $13.76 there on RHE. If this one sets up and it gets the confirmation and you guys trade it, I want to see you guys' results end of the day. I'm not going to be here for the next couple of hours. I'm running out of the house. I got some stuff to get taken care of. With that being said, if RHE sets up and you take the trade, I want to see your guys' results from the RHE trade if it does set up for a downtrend break. So, ladies and gentlemen, I've been going strong since 8 a.m. Right now, it's about 12:30, 4.5 hours. I got to get some water. I've got to get some food. Got to step out of the house and get some fresh air and disconnect. It's healthy. It's good for your mind. It's good for your body. Don't sit in your office all day and just stare at your screens. Come in. Have some fun. Lock in some profits. Right? When lunchtime hits, take your lunch. Come back. 2:30. Let's rock and roll, team. So, with that being said, traders, good job and good work to everybody inside of chat making money. Everybody over on YouTube making some awesome profits as well on CRM and everything else that we traded. ACIU and ZEV, not a bad day today, team. On the small account, personally locking in just a little shy of $100, but that's about $400 in profit over the past 2 days. Yesterday, right around $300. Today, right around $100. So just in 2 days on the small account, locking in $400. Not bad at all, guys. Not bad at all, especially when my daily goal is $100. So, have a good rest of your day, traders. Enjoy your Tuesday. Live stream is up until 7 o'clock. Live stream's open. Chat's open. Collaborate, communicate, have fun. Dive into the video lessons library. Make sure you're using your time wisely and you're not just sitting around twiddling your thumbs, not doing anything. Continue taking that initiative. Continue applying yourself. Grow, learn, and let's have some fun and let's end the day on a strong note and end the month on a strong note. Right now, I'm done trading for the day. It's the last day of the month. I'm green. I'm locking it in. That's what I wanted. A final green day, a great day in the market. And tell you what, team, we had a phenomenal last day of August. And I'm so fired up and I'm so ready to go for the final four. That's us, the final four. The last 4 months of the year, the last 4 months until 2022. We're going to make it the best 4 months you guys have ever had. So if you guys ever have any questions, comments, or concerns, never hesitate. Reach out to me, josh@alphadaytrading.com, or if you're inside a chat, send me a message and I'll always get back to you. As again, you guys and girls are my number one focus and my number one priority. I want to see each and every one of you extremely successful. And that is what fires me up every single day, is seeing the success that we see inside a chat. So keep up the awesome work. Trade smart, trade safe. Capital preservation is key. If you're up for the day, keep those profits. Don't give them back. End your month on a solid note, on a green note, and let's carry this momentum into next month. Traders, enjoy the rest of your day. I may see you back here this afternoon. If not, bright and early tomorrow morning, 7 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Let's go ahead and end it like we always do. Someone go ahead and get the ball rolling in 3, in 2, in 1. Looking at YouTube, looking at chat. Looking at YouTube, looking at chat. Looking at YouTube, looking at chat. No one's helping me out. No one's doing it. What's going on? What's happening? Where are you guys at? I'll count down again. In 3, in 2, in 1. Casey, Catherine, Chris, Beth, Wade, hello. You guys are gonna leave me hanging. Screw it, it's all good. In 3, in 2, in 1. Woo! That's what I'm talking about, team. Good job, good work. Way to crush it, and make sure that you continue crushing it the rest of the day. You hold on to those profits, and you come back with some great momentum tomorrow, and we're gonna crush it once again. And what's tomorrow, guys? Hump Day! Hump Day, baby. Have a good Tuesday, guys. I may see you this afternoon. If not, tomorrow morning. Enjoy the rest of your day, traders. Good stuff once again. Way to go.